Hello, hello, hello. VOD people, I am running behind on doing timestamps. Please forgive me. It's not like it's the most fun part of this, and I'm trying to get back into it as a bit of a hobby. So bear with me. If anybody wants to volunteer to do timestamps, I am more than open to the idea. Today, we're going to be looking at this UFO hearing. Yesterday, we watched a debate, an abortion debate between Destiny and some professor dude with like 3 masters. So if you're interested in that, check that out. Yeah, that's plan, Stan. And for all the people asking if I'm back or whatever, I'm trying to make no promises. I'll repeat that over and over again. If I make a promise, please ignore me. I cannot be trusted. Yeah, I'm trying to do stuff for fun. So I was going to watch this, and I know it's been out for a little bit now, but I personally have an interest in UFOs and stuff like that, and I think it would be pretty nifty. I'm here to shut down the stream. Oh no. um, yeah, I like the idea of UFOs. It's a fun thing to think about aliens or intelligent life on the planet that's not us or whatever. You know, people have been fascinated by the idea of a god for years and years and years, and maybe that's some internal programming that's left over in my brain when I think about aliens. It's just kind of cool to imagine something better than us a little bit, you know, more technologically advanced or just respectable but different. Not to say any of that has anything to do with these UAP things that we'll be hearing about today, but you know, one guy in particular of the 3 that are going to be talking today, he seems to be very keen on the idea that the intelligence community, I'm sorry, is hiding UFOs and aliens, and they have you know, alien organics and crash ships and yada yada yada. So whether it's true or not, whether it's a psyop or not, as the whiteboard is, you know, suggesting, I don't know, but it'll be fun nonetheless to watch it and see the way that the committee interacts and engages with it. And I like talking about this, so if it comes up in the future, it will be good to have watched the full thing and not just clips on Twitter and whatever. Yeah, good morning to both of you. It's 4 o'clock here, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Hopefully this isn't going too long because I do have a guest coming over tonight, and I probably want to finish this well before he comes so that I can make sure the house is clean and stuff. Yeah, so I think that this video is about, let me check here. It is about 2 hours long, about 2 hours, 20 minutes. And with our pausing and stuff, I don't think it'll be that much longer. So maybe we're looking at a 4 hour stream or something like that. Yeah. Bookfuckers are eating this week. That is very true. I'm serving up that content for you. I don't have any plans after this for content. So thinking about it now, let's see. What else would I cover? I do want to cover this. And then I feel like if we watch this full thing, we'll probably be educated enough to maybe watch the panel that Destiny crashed or whatever on UFOs. Maybe that would be interesting. I don't know, because panels are usually cancer and not exactly fun for me to watch. What about a Better Call Saul stream? I don't think I can watch that stuff. This isn't Kick. But yeah, that's the plan for today. I don't know exactly what we're going to be doing in the future, making no promises again, but if you have recommendations for things you want me to watch, I know that the stream discussion channel has been dead on the Discord for a while now, as it should be, given that I have not been streaming. But feel free to hop in there if you have some suggestion, or if you notice that something is wrong on the stream and you're a VOD watcher or whatever else, you want to comment on that, definitely leave that in the Discord. I've enjoyed reading your guys' YouTube comments as well, so keep those coming. Just any kind of engagement. I like doing this because I get to, you know, share stuff with all of you guys and watch stuff together and get your takes on stuff. So, you know, it's always good to get the feedback, positive, negative, neutral. What are our priors on this? You're going to have to use not debate words. I'm not going to engage with that. I don't really know what you're asking. Yeah, I could give an answer, but I worry it will not be what you're asking me. What's up, Timmy? What's up, Tom? What's up, Sora, of course, Sazizi, Dave, Oh yeah, and Wicked Supreme. Hello, hello. Yeah, let's plan. Let's plan. I'm gonna play a little bit of music while I get things ready in the background, because in case you didn't catch the last stream, my OBS is a little bit fucked, and I have to change my scenes and all that kind of stuff. So I'll catch back up with you guys in a bit, and I'll let some people roll in as the alert on the Discord channel goes off and stuff. I'm asking, like, going into watching the oversight hearing, what are your expectations? I will save that for after the intro music. So let's get that going, and I will talk to you guys in a few minutes. See you then. I'm very excited. This should be fun.
Fucker.
I unfortunately picked all of the I queued up all of the short things on SoundCloud apparently, so not a lot of delay, but hello and welcome. Good to see you all. In case you are unaware, geez, it's hard to do the streaming thing and all the talking. In case you didn't read the title of the stream, today we're going to be looking at a hearing from the House Oversight and something or other committee. Let me go ahead and bring it up in front of me here. Let's see. It is the Committee on Oversight and Accountability. Now, this has already happened, so we're not going to be watching it live. It happened 3 days ago. And the description is House lawmakers held a hearing Wednesday to examine how the executive branch handles reports of unidentified anomalous phenomena, also known as UAPs or UFOs. The House Oversight's National Security Subcommittee heard from 3 witnesses, including a former Navy commanding officer with firsthand knowledge of how government has handled reports of UFO sightings. Now, I have checked in with my, my intelligence sources, my friends who work in intelligence or have worked in intelligence, and literally not a single one of them believes that there are UFOs. So that was disappointing. But I guess we'll see. It'll be interesting to watch this, and at the very least, then we'll have some understanding of what was actually said in this. There's a lot of like 1 minute, 2 minute clips that are floating around on Twitter and TikTok and YouTube Shorts and et cetera, et cetera. But kind of like with the Supreme Court stuff before, I like to just look at the primary source and try to consume the whole thing if I really care about the issue. And I would encourage you to do the same thing. If there's something that you care about or are interested in, may as well just go to the source. We live in a country where a lot of this stuff is televised and be recorded. So, may as well take advantage of that. We live in the age of the internet. Anybody at any time can just go on the internet and watch this stuff. And I think that's pretty cool. And some people have their entire careers built on that, like all the people in news and media, or like friend of the stream, I'm really important. So and that's another thing, maybe I could talk to I'm really important about this afterwards, but in any case, to engage with any of that stuff, I really just want to see firsthand what was said and what all was involved in the hearing. And yeah, let's go ahead and jump into, and hey Bufo, wait, why are we pretending what? Is there something wrong with the stream? Because I have no idea. I think somebody asked before if I have priors, like going into watching the oversight hearing. What are your expectations? So here are my expectations. I'll give you background. I am somebody who, ever since I was really, really young on the internet, consumed a lot of like UFO and alien stuff. And, when I was a kid, it would scare me and it was like fun to watch. And, a part of me always knows this is probably all bullshit and whatever, but it's still fun to watch. I watch anime, I watch TV shows and whatever else, and all that is just deliberately fictional. So I find it interesting, and I find it fun to imagine that this could be a thing, and maybe not in the way that we think with like little gray aliens or whatever. But I think I've also talked before about how like I wrote a short story that was really, really fun about how there was this like alien mold that lives like deep within the planet, and it connects to a lot of like plant life and stuff like that. And from the plants that we eat, it is the reason we had consciousness and all the, I love playing with concepts like that. They're a little bit bigger than our ability to think about. And, as somebody who engages with that stuff a lot and has spent like a lot of time thinking about it, fantasizing about it, and like applying my imagination to the topic, I am often triggered by other people's lack of an imagination. And that's kind of why I don't often discuss that stuff with other people, because it's a little bit like hearing other people talk about Star Wars or something else that I really, really like. I don't feel like the engagement with the topic is very like, open-minded and fun. Like, for instance, I think a lot of people think about aliens or, other intelligent life, and they apply a lot of human things to it. Like they just think they're going to have culture and they're going to need food. And, it's going to be so hard to travel across the solar system, and, their bodies would need to be adapted to it. Otherwise they would need like crazy technology and blah, 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 blah. And I just don't think that they are opening their minds to how different these things could be. Like, to take one example, in UFO spaces and whatever, there's a theory that like the gray aliens, which are the ones with the big ass head, the big ass eyes, that they're like automatons, that they're kind of like robot bioorganic things that like the real aliens use to just like conduct tasks. They're kind of like, purpose-built slaves, and they go out and do things, and that's how they're able to stay in one spot that's super duper far away but get things done all throughout the universe. Like that's one little like imaginative idea that would change how you would think about what technologically this thing would be capable of. Or like my idea about the slime that lives in the earth. Like it could be that there are things that are more intelligent than us, but not recognizably intelligent, or not having an outstanding impact that we can tie to them on the earth itself. And perhaps they're just living amongst us, kind of like a Bigfoot thing, maybe. Or they live in places that we can't get to, like the ocean, or beneath the earth, or in caves, or yada yada yada. Or they're super duper tiny, or they are not based in carbon, and maybe they're based in silicon or something. It's an idea that you can have so much fun with because you can be very inventive, and I think a lot of sci-fi kind of shows that. So that's the extent to which I engage with it in like an imaginative sense. Is YouTube much more delayed, or is it just your chats? It's literally just the chats. So just yeah, I think I get chats pretty quick on my end, but you're probably not seeing them on the screen as quick, and that's just down to restream, and there's nothing I could do about that. So just ignore that. And yeah, so what was I saying? If I had to take a swing at a guess as to like what is actually true, I actually had a lot of conversations with people prior to this, which I don't often find fun. But I think there's a gradient of people believing in alien stuff, right? Like, on the one hand, that probably includes the most amount of people. I think there's a large majority of people that believe that, like, we're probably not alone statistically. There is probably life somewhere else. The universe is huge. It's had a lot of time to do stuff. There's a lot of variance in the places that exist in it. And odds are that we're probably not the only thing that is life. And it seems way more unreasonable to think that we're the only place with life. And if we are the only place with life, I would start to think that maybe it is more probable that there is a God or something that put us here than that, I don't know. It seems way more unlikely that we're just the only thing that exists in the entire universe. So I think a lot of people are probably in that camp. And then if you go more and more specific after that, you're probably losing more and more people. Like, do people believe that the aliens that live elsewhere are intelligent? That's going to have a huge drop off of people that probably don't believe that. Maybe there's microorganisms that live in other places, or on asteroids or moons, or wherever else. But the idea that they're intelligent or comparable to us is probably low. But still a chunk of people believe that there has to be intelligent life somewhere else. I think you then lose a lot more people when you start to say that intelligent life is able to be spacefaring, that it's able to get around and whatever. But at that point is when I start having fun with ideas about, that kind of thing. Like, do you really need to leave the planet? We kind of value that because we're very expansion-y and we're grabby. If you're familiar with like some of the philosophical things about aliens, like we would kind of be grabby aliens in that we want to like colonize places, and we have like an internal drive to go out and propagate and spread ourselves and take land and everything else. But that doesn't necessarily mean that aliens are like that. They could, for all intents and purposes, whether it's because the gravity's higher or whatever else, they're content living on the earth, or on the planet that they live on, or the astronomical body that they live on, and perhaps they're not interested in venturing out and they make do with what they have. I mean, if you look at most of the other life that exists on Earth, it seems that for all of history, that was the case here, as far as we could tell. They all kind of just chilled on the Earth up until us. So, what is the likelihood that life on other planets even wants to go out? And so, I think you'll have another drop off of people believing in that. And then you could go even crazier, that the aliens that are spacefaring have visited us ever, and then you get even crazier if you say that they're visiting us frequently. You get even crazier if you think that they've spoken somehow with the government or interacted with it in some way. You get even crazier for some people if you think that they managed to crash these ships. Like, they're so advanced, they're able to travel everywhere, but they crash them. And, then we start entering into the territory of what people in the Senate hearing here are going to be saying, or the House hearing, whatever, are going to be saying. There's going to be some people that suggest that there are crafts that are from some other biological entity, and we have recovered crashed versions of it. We have recovered pilots that are piloting those vehicles, and there's going to be a lot of other crazy stuff that we're about to listen to. And so, because so few people kind of just, believe that that's true, I think this is going to seem more like it's likely a psyop or a publicity stunt, or they're lying, or they're, they misunderstand what's going on, or, yada, 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 yada. So I guess I keep avoiding this. What do I actually believe? I think that in this hearing, we're going to hear the same story that we always hear from the Navy pilot that saw the Tic Tac. That dude has told his story like a gazillion times. I've heard it a gazillion times, and rarely does it change or are there details added. So I expect that dude is probably going to tell us the exact same story that they always do. And there is a second guy that I've never heard of before, so no expectations there. And then we have David Grusch, who is kind of a recent addition to these UFO circles. And this is a intelligence officer who claims that he's spoken with all sorts of people in intelligence, and people have been coming forward to him that were injured by these non-human life forms, that they have recovered ships, that they have recovered pilots, that they can be somewhat hostile towards us, and all sorts of other stuff. And he originally dropped this on some Newsmax news station channel, and when he did that and he made the story public, he also said that he was going to speak before the Senate or the House committee, whatever the fuck this is. Yeah, that's his thing. Now, what I struggle with is all of the people surrounding UFO stuff. So like, another thing that we could maybe watch at some point in the future is an interview with one of these New York Post people who cover UFO stories. And when they talk about how they're trying to get their story published somewhere, and that they don't like that all these news stations are trying to like confirm the information involved, or are critical of the, lack of confirmation of sources and things like that. It makes me think that they're kind of bullshitting, or at the very least, they're kind of just okay with like propagating misinformation because they kind of just want to believe that the thing is real. Like a lot of the defenses that I've heard of news people that have covered his story is like, well, I've spoken with him for hours and hours, and he has all of the certificates and whatever to prove that he was an intelligence officer and blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, but proving he's an intelligence officer doesn't prove that, these programs exist or the ships exist or that the stories are true or any of that. Talking to him for hours doesn't prove that he's telling the truth. I could talk to somebody for hours and they could be a total bullshitter and lie to me, or they could tell the truth about literally everything except for these important details like the existence of these things. So I often struggle because there isn't like there's so much of unconfirmed information that it feels like if I take it on its face as true, that I'm just kind of easily buying into a conspiracy theory or possibly a psyop, which is kind of what the chalkboard is referencing. Oh yeah, thanks for changing the game. Yeah, so I think, or I would like to believe, that there are, I don't know, like if I had to gamble everything, like let's say the devil came down from hell or whatever, and he was like, all right, Mr. Booksmarts, you're gonna have to make a bet on what the truth is, and you're gonna have to bet your fucking soul on it, and you're gonna face eternal damnation if you are wrong. I would probably side on there is life elsewhere than Earth, that there is probably somewhat intelligent life, maybe with language in some form somewhere else other than Earth. And maybe that would be about it. I don't know about spacefaring. I don't know about visiting the Earth. I don't know about on the Earth. That would probably be my safest bet. Now, what do I want to believe? I want to believe that we have crashed UFOs. I want to believe that these are artifacts, that they've been on the Earth forever, that they're buried in archaeological sites, that we've dug them up and they're flying around, and that there is a mothership in the ocean, and that there are little drones that come from the mothership. That's what I want to believe, okay? I want to believe that they're here. I want to believe that we interacted with them and that we hid it as well as we hid things like the Enigma. And that's kind of the narrative that I would like to believe, is that, yeah, we have UFOs. We've been trying to like reverse engineer them. It's actually really fucking hard, and we kind of suck at it. And ultimately, you can't just cheat code your way into understanding all of it. You have to wait for science to catch up to even be able to analyze them. And that's kind of where we've been stalled out. That's what I think. And I think, from my limited understanding of things, that it would probably be possible to hide a lot of it through like sheer terror and limiting pockets of information of what people have accessible to them. And I also think maybe it could be likely all of it is a psyop, and that and the intelligence people I talk to disagree with this, and I don't think it's possible. But I think it would be really clever to test intelligence people by giving them some kind of limited access to this information and seeing if they leak it or not. Like, to just put in the files or the data stream a few different things on UFOs and to have those be fake and not true. And then if anybody leaks it, you know who exactly leaked it, and it's a bit of a test. I think that could be pretty likely, that all of this is just kind of made up. I think it's kind of one or the other. Either it is an elaborate psyop that is kind of made up and then has taken, you know, its own shape and form because it's kind of convenient for the government if it wants to hide like aeronautical programs it's working on, or technology it's working on, or phenomena it understands but doesn't really want us to understand because it's a weapon or something from another country and they don't want us to know that they know. Like, I think that is probably likely as well. So those are the two things I would like to believe, but realistically it's probably none of that. So that's kind of the TLDR of my thing. What if there are agreements between the United States and the aliens that I don't really think that it's super likely that there are agreements and things. I don't know. So like the other thing is, because I've kind of read a lot of UFO stuff, there are a lot of different theories and things that seem very well fleshed out by probably schizophrenic crazy people. But there are some kind of recurring themes in things like, you know, recorded encounters with aliens and whatever. And if you want to go down there, let's talk about that for a second. So, one recurring thing I see a lot that kind of vibes with me is the idea that like part of the tech that these aliens have, or whatever they are that are on the earth, that they can kind of telepathically do stuff. And I don't know if it's necessarily like telepathic communication or whatever. Like, if you've ever played, what is it called? It's a video game where like you're on a planet and you leave the planet, and it's kind of like a knowledge-based game where you learn about the world and the aliens and stuff in the game. And there's not really relevant, but there's this rock in the game, or like a material in the game that is like quantum or whatever. It's kind of like made up, but like if you look away from it and then you look back at it, it appears in a different place. Or you could think of like I think it's like Bird Box, the Netflix show where like there's a monster that you can't look at, otherwise it kind of makes you want to kill yourself. And it's like, it looks like it's invisible, like there's nothing there. It's just like wind kicking up material, but it takes a form for every different person. It looks different when you look at it. It just collapses into appearing as that one thing for people. And I think it seems like from these abduction stories and stuff, or encounters with the aliens, that they seem to be able to like beam something into your brain where they can like give you messages and stuff like that. But I don't think they're speaking English or anything. I think they probably just like trigger something in animals that makes it see what it wants to see. And maybe they have a little dial of the impression that they could leave on it. Like, oh, I want to scare the shit out of you, or I want to give you hope, or I want to make you forget this, or whatever else. And I think that would be a pretty nifty tool if you were bipping and bopping around the earth, because then it wouldn't matter what animal you would encounter. You just kind of turn on this field, and then you get to make them go away or not attack you, or you can kind of give them hints or messages or whatever. And that would seem like kind of a more universal way of talking to things. Outer Wilds, yeah, that's the that's the video game. So I see a lot of that in stories that I find compelling from these UFO things. So, you know, given that, I don't know how good they'd be at communicating with things like the government. But if the government found one, I bet it would want to bring it to people. And I don't know. The other thing is, we went through a period in the US that the more and more I learn about it, the more and more I realize that we got like super secretive and we were hiding a lot of shit. And it was kind of necessary to win wars and stuff to hide all this intelligence that we had about different things. And we started trying to do a bunch of crazy shit in like the 50s and 60s as far as like crazy paranormal stuff and whatever. So like I don't put the possibility out of my mind that we might have discovered something big in some way. Like it doesn't even necessarily need to be aliens. As a matter of fact, I think it's more interesting to think that they're not aliens. Like maybe there's just something else on the earth. Maybe it's something that existed a long time ago that doesn't really leave a lot of a fossil record or anything like that. And it could be that the government discovered it, discovered a bunch of artifacts that do crazy shit, and they're like, oh, fuck, yeah, let's not tell people about this. Because if we do, I don't know if China or Russia or anyone else has it, whatever. I'm kind of ranting. There's a lot of different stories and stuff. And so while it's fun to kind of speculate and have fun with it, as far as what's actually real, I don't really expect a lot of it to be real. And I'm mostly here to kind of see what this David Grusch guy says that is crazy. And I want to see how the committee reacts to it and pokes and prods it. And then I want to have that information readily accessible when I have conversations with people about this, just so that I could correct the record if they say something that didn't happen, or I could give them a TLDR about it. And that's kind of all that I'm practically trying to get out of this. All of my fun imagination stuff is kind of going to stay fun imagination stuff. My favorite theory is the aliens are humans in a technological league comparative to how we are to uncontacted human tribes. Yeah, like that would be kind of cool. It's definitely a lot more cool and a lot less scary than they live on a different planet and they're super far away. Because like if you've read much like scary sci-fi, there's a Chinese series, you guys will probably be able to Google it and figure it out, but I won't. There's a Chinese series about these aliens that kind of like one part of the alien civilization sent a warning message to us to like stop broadcasting and don't talk to the other aliens that are out there, and that basically the universe is a hunting ground and there are hunting aliens, and then there are the rest of the life forms that don't realize that they're getting hunted. And if you're sitting out here broadcasting radio waves and shit, eventually they will get to you and they'll see you long before they arrive. And this was like a warning message to Earth to like knock it off, or else they're going to come and kill us. And it said not to reply to it. And there's a scientist lady that lives in China, and she decides, I'm going to reply to it. And that triggers in a long process where the aliens eventually come and try to eliminate everybody on Earth. And so, it's scary to think that they're far away because there's nothing we can do. You can't mount an all-out offensive against something that's like even a light year away. You can't really fight in space right now. There's just like, there's so little hope of what you could do, or the engagement that you could have with them, or understanding them, or anything else. So like, in my opinion, it's way more scary to think that they're far away. And I would much prefer that there was just something on the Earth that we didn't know about. I think that's more something that I can grapple with in my brain than something that's like light years away or whatever and flying around. Yeah. So, yeah, 3-body problem. That's what it is. And sorry if I got any details wrong. I'm just kind of giving the general gist of it. What would China or any other superpower do with that information if they've discovered it? I'm not sure they would keep it secret too. One thing that I've learned about intelligence is that because everybody's working with a deck of cards that nobody else knows what they have, it's tough to know how drawing out one card and showing it to everybody impacts how everybody else plays the game. Because like, let's say, and this is totally hypothetical, I don't think this is real, just to be clear. Let's say we were digging something up in Hawaii and we find that there are like ruins in a room like a mile beneath the earth, or half a mile beneath the earth, or whatever. We were drilling and we found these ruins, and it seems like there might be some cavernous like beings living deep within the earth's crust. And we find that there are like weapons that we could figure out how to use based on like engravings on the walls and stuff. And that they clearly were here a long, long time ago. Like maybe there's bioorganics down there that we can age and realize that it was from forever and a half ago. Or maybe they're like preserved, like actual real life specimens of dinosaurs or something like that, that they kept as, you know, trophies or something like that. And we're like, holy shit, this is really old. If you share that, let's imagine that in China's deck of cards, they found something similar, except the things that they found were alive. If you reveal that you know this thing, but you reveal that you don't know that they're still around, or you reveal that there are weapons or whatever else, like let's say China found that they were alive, but they seemed stupid and they didn't have any weapons or anything interesting, so they just fucking eliminated them and they kept digging for oil or something like that, and then they kept it to themselves. Like, if you put out there that there are weapons and things, maybe the Chinese have found multiple of these and they know around the depth to look, and they know, you know, the general climate on the surface to look for them, or they know more than we do. And now they have an edge in looking for those weapons and finding them or something like that. You know, or they figure out that, you know, it's unknown unknowns. So I would see it as nothing but beneficial to kind of keep that secret, because until you know what other people know, it's probably best not to show them your hand and show them how much you know. So yeah, you know, okay, now he's going down batshit crazy theory. Well, I'm giving a hypothetical to answer this question of like, why wouldn't you just say that you found this thing? Like, the reason is because of unknown unknowns. You don't know what other people don't know or what they know, and by showing what you know, you could show that you're ignorant, or you could give them help in a way that you don't really want to. So that's just to answer them with a hypothetical. Yeah. So Q White, the story is that the new element discovered recently helps with the, yeah. In another theory that, you know, a lot of people believe in and whatever, is the testimony of this dude named Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar is this dude who said that he worked at Area 51, but it was called something different at the time. And that, you know, he worked for Los Alamos and he was like a rocket engineer dude. And they brought him in and they said, hey, we're going to put you on a team that works on a very, very specific part of alien craft, and all these different teams are going to kind of compile their information together at a level that you won't have access to, and your job is going to be looking at propulsion. We brought a lot of scientists in. Not a lot of them can crack much of anything about the craft, so let us know what you think. And these different teams of people take turns looking at the craft and examining it, and he says that ultimately they weren't able to discover a lot beyond a bit about the power source and how it worked. And he described the craft, and he says on the inside it's like super smooth, there are no edges to anything, there's no like obvious displays or controls or anything like that. He said that there's this element 115 that is it creates a field around it that distorts gravity. And when you put it into the machine takes that and amplifies it both to power itself, do propulsion, and a bunch of other things. And that we could get them to fly, but controlling them, not knowing how the control interfaces or anything works, we would blow them up or crash them. And that happened like 2 or 3 times that he had heard of. And that's why they don't fly them anymore. And basically, these private companies are contracting out scientists to come out there and try to figure out what they can figure out about it. And that was his story. And you know, so there's a bunch of other stories about UFOs that have to do with some unknown element that does some crazy things, that explains why they can do all these crazy things, and yada yada yada. I don't know about the Bob Lazar thing. Again, fun to think that it's true, but you know, that's probably about the end of it. Does he testify? Bob Lazar doesn't know. Well, if we're going to chill and watch the UFO hearing, then I'm going to make tacos. Okay. No way he said element 115. That shit from Call of Duty Zombies. Where do you think Call of Duty Zombies got it from? Wait, sorry, is this a hypothetical or like actual testimony? This is just some random dude named Bob Lazar who says that he worked at Los Alamos Research Center and that he was brought in Area 51 to look at a spaceship. Stealth bomber sightings were thought to be UFOs for a year. Then the military years later revealed it was our aircraft. Yeah. So anywho, that's a bunch of different things. I could go on forever and ever about this stuff because I've read a lot of it, especially when I was younger, and I thought it was really fun and cool. So anywho, without further ado, let's go ahead and get in the committee hearing. I don't have a lot of expectations. I just kind of want to see how everybody reacts and prods and has fun with this concept and the stories of these dudes. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Okay. Hopefully it's just the right window. It is. Though the chat is not showing up. Let's figure out why that is. Streamlabs chat box. That's not right. Let's go ahead and turn that off. And we'll add another chat box here. Browser. Add existing chat box. Boom. And we'll put you guys. This is a really ugly setup. Now that I'm looking at it, especially with this chat box, this is pretty uggers. If I do say so myself, this is pretty uggers. But whatever. Okay. Suppose that's fine here. And then my alert box will be there. And yeah, let's go ahead and strap in and get ready for this, shall we?
The subcommittee hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Additionally, without objection, the following members are waived onto the subcommittee for the purpose of participating in today's hearing: Mr. Burchett of Tennessee, Ms. Luna of Florida, Mr. Getz of Florida, Mr. Burleson of Missouri, Mrs. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Without objection, so ordered. For today's subcommittee here.
Okay, I am going to interrupt for 1 second on the element 115 thing. They call it 115. Like, an interesting theme in what Bob Lazar talked about is there were things in the documents, in the briefing documents that he got working at Area 51, and some of it just seemed like outright bullshit. Like, some of it doesn't check out when he looks at the craft, or like some of it seems like a made up story. And part of why he thought that a lot of those details were included is like maybe different people got different info, and if you leaked it, they would know exactly who leaked it. And element 115 is just the name of the thing. Like, I don't think that they tested it and identified it as 115. It could have just been a name. And there exists this idea of islands of stability that exists beyond the point of all these radioactive elements that we have, and chemists are looking for the island of stability, which is basically the right mix of neutrons and stuff in the nucleus of the atom that will allow it to last for much longer. And so, yeah, that's the idea, is once you get to those really, really big elements, it's just so hard to get enough neutrons and enough mass into this thing to even try to figure out where that island of stability is, because it requires a lot of energy to try and do that and try and synthesize that. And if you're not in the fucking center of the sun, you're not going to have enough to like do that stuff. So that's like a TLDR there.
Hearing, both the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party. I'm now going to recognize myself for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning and welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as the witnesses on the panel today, for sharing their stories on how they've engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of a transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book,
Sorry about that. Yeah, this guy's having a McConnell moment, and it looks like I had a McConnell moment as well. I just wanted to say that I see what you mean with the chat being delayed. It is only delayed in OBS in the stream. My chat that is on the side, it updates way quicker. So just know that as you're chatting, it might take a bit for you to see it on the screen, but I can see it on my end pretty fast. Yeah, you guys are memeing hella hard. Whatever. Let's let this guy get through his okay?
In any event, it's led to interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO.
As a quick note on the Jimmy Carter thing, I've read in a fact check thing that apparently the Jimmy Carter UFO was, I think it was Venus. It was one of the planets, and apparently that's a lot of different UFO sightings. Is it's very luminous at times of the year or at times in history, so it can be mistaken for UFOs. And to be clear with you, and to give some, I know I've talked a lot about crazy UFO stuff, but to hamper that a little bit or whatever. I think that a lot of reported UFO things are probably just natural phenomena. They're just things that people don't understand that are happening in the sky. Same with USOs, which is unidentified submersible objects. Probably a lot of it is like if you were God and you could fucking third person spectate the event and play it back like Total Recall, you could probably see that it was something explainable. That's how most things are. That's how I don't believe in a lot of ghosts and stuff like that, is like it often ends up just being observable phenomena, or your brain is really good at telling a story about the sensory information that it sees, and your brain is just telling you a story that doesn't really map onto the reality of what's happening. So I just wanted to say that a lot of these things, when people are bringing up that they reported UFOs, I feel like everybody should feel okay with just reporting a UFO. Like if you saw something in the air and you didn't know what it was, is that unusual? Like if I just sat and looked at the sky fucking all day in the middle of nowhere, I'm probably going to see all sorts of stuff that I can't explain. All sorts of like little lights that are moving around, and they could be satellites catching sunlight, or they could be, the International Space Station, or it could be meteors, or it could be bugs, or it could be a gazillion fucking things. It could be airplanes, it could be secret, military aircraft, it could be like literally fucking anything. So I don't think it's all that big a deal if people are reporting UFOs. They should probably be encouraged to report it, and then we just figure out what the source of it was, because it's probably deducible. I just wanted to kind of leave that comment in here.
So this has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, to conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs that will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked, and that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these. The Biden administration's description of events has shown that the government continues not to be forthright.
I should just stop muting myself altogether because I can't be trusted to unmute myself. I was gonna say while this dude is on his Obama rant, we're gonna crank this bad boy up to 1.4. For people that watch 1.5 on the VODs and it's too much for them, I feel like they're the kinds of motherfuckers that need to be eating at Weenie Hut Juniors. It's so if you can't handle 1.4, then I really don't care. And I feel like it's totally doable to listen to even at 2x. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna throw this bad boy up to 1.4 because I bet there's gonna be a lot of this because this is a Republican thing and whatever. So we'll just do that.
Between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency from the Department of Defense, our intelligence community, and our defense industry on the UAP work. We're going to ask some questions about that today. Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs as multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today, we'll see clarity from these witnesses' testimonies, or we'll seek clarity as to what can be done to improve reporting for military and civilians and remain committed to objective inquiry. Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today, we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about ways we can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony. Now I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics. I think the cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my colleagues, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, sitting beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across the aisle, has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions, my buddy Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gaetz. If it hadn't been for Matt Gaetz, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent.
Okay, a little bit of background. George Knapp. Who is that? That is a big name drop if you are into UFOs. Let's go ahead and get you a picture so you can have an idea what he looks like. This guy is a very historical UFO dude. He has written books on the topic, but most popularly, he's kind of responsible for a lot of the TV stuff about UFOs. Thank you for that. Let's see if there is a message. So George Knapp, he's a TV dude. He used to be a interviewer and like reporter on like local news. And I believe he was the person that dropped the Bob Lazar story that I told you before about the dude that allegedly worked at, Area 51. And since he has been very, very, very involved. He funds a bunch of UFO stuff and he's always involved in pulling the strings with the different UFO figures that pop up. You'll hear his name quite a bit. So if you hear George Knapp, that's who he is. He just kind of injects himself into a lot of this stuff. And that's kind of important to know. Now, what is Booksmart's opinion on George Knapp? I worry. When people are making lots of money and spending lots of money on UFO stuff, I worry. I worry that they're full of shit. I worry that they're very incentivized to sensationalize all sorts of stuff and that they're not really truth seekers. They are story seekers and they're looking for the coolest story. Now, one aspect of being a UFO person and picking cool stories is you have to be able to argue that the story is true against people. So there probably is an element of picking like stories that seem defensible or come from people that have like ethos or they have an appeal to authority about them, like people that had security clearances or people who were pilots. And in case you didn't know, pilots have to be pretty widely trusted because they're handling millions of dollars of military hardware and it's pretty selective. Thank you for that, by the way. And so yeah, he gets involved with a lot of this stuff. Another name, I don't know his actual name. What is this dude's name? Tom DeLonge. Tom DeLonge is a dude who was in Blink 182, and he also put a lot of money in this stuff. I believe Tom DeLonge founded Reach to the Stars or whatever. something like this. To the Stars, which is this like, you know, entity that he puts a bunch of money into for like researching alien materials and stories and UFOs and technology. It's this To the Stars company. And he is also involved with a lot of this stuff, and he puts a lot of money and, you know, publicity behind these different UFO people. And you may have seen people in the chat talk about UFO circuits. Whatchamacallit, there are conventions and stuff, of course, for all these UFO people. And a defining factor for me is how involved does the personality who is coming forward with information, how involved do they become in these UFO events and stuff? One reason that I kind of liked Bob Lazar, especially when I was younger, who's the Area 51 dude, is he did, I think, maybe 2 or 3 events, and then he was just done with it. He didn't get involved anymore, and he made it a point to like not get involved with UFO conventions and making money off of his thing or writing books or any of that bullshit. He's like, you know what? At the end of the day, this is my story. It makes me look crazy to everybody to even talk about it. It's not really super believable. I don't have a lot of answers for people. I don't have like a compelling overarching narrative that is correct about where the craft came from or what's going on with the companies or any of that stuff. And I'm not going to pretend like I have that. I'm going to tell you what I know because I feel I feel a compulsion to share that after experiencing it, and I would expect other people in the position to also share it. And that's the extent of it. I'm going to run my own. I think he ran a company that like gave out lab kits to people and was a lab supplier for like chemistry and stuff. Prior to the UFO stuff, he was you know, a dude who was into like education and, you know, rocketry and stuff like that. Like he was known in his little town in the desert for like building a rocket car and all this other stuff. So he's a bit of a goofy dude, but I like that he didn't get involved with this stuff. I begin to worry when these dudes are showing up on fucking Joe Rogan and they go to all the UFO conventions and they're constantly hand in hand with these dudes. There's also one other dude that I'll give you background on. And I'm doing all this because at least I'm educated a bit on it. So I want to give you some of the background understanding that I have. There's another shyster that I want to point out. Let's see if I can find a picture of him, and then I'll be able to figure out exactly who he is. It's not it's this guy. Luis Elizondo. This dude is a shyster. No, this isn't the guy. This is the guy. This is the dude that's a shyster. Let me get his name real quick. Let's see. Jeremy Corbell. Yeah. So you might hear his name a lot too. I think he worked for the UFO task force thing that was you know, a part of the government but wasn't funded by the government, and he's constantly trying to get like government things funded for looking into UFOs and collecting UFO stories and trying to see if he can put together the pieces on that. He's involved with a lot of documentaries. He's like a documentarian that makes a bunch of media for UFO people and collects these people together, and he was with Bob Lazar to help make this documentary thing and whatever. And I feel like he pushes people to be public with stuff. Like he kind of pushed Bob Lazar to appear on stuff, and like he's just involved with a lot of these projects. And again, this is my personal bias. If you're getting involved with all this media shit and you're constantly appearing on TV and all these other places and you're doing that, I kind of start to not believe you, and I believe that you're a bit of a shyster. So this is another shyster named Jeremy Corbell. These are going to be relevant people that probably come up in this. So as they come up, I'll kind of bring our attention back to that. Yeah, it's a bit of background. Have you talked about the James Fox guy? I don't know who you're talking about. Yeah, so in case you didn't know, there's a bunch of background.
Enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence reference documents advanced space propulsion based on vacuum space-time metric engineering. Some light reading for some of our members.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position of our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade. He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude. It's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal memos.
Yeah, like I see the chat, like Glad Booksmart sniffs out the shysters quick. This is a topic I have fun with. that I want to believe in. But at the same time, you have to imagine, with my background in research and having to like write a lot of papers on stuff and constantly figuring out that a lot of research is just bullshit or it's never replicated or whatever. Like, I when I was younger, I didn't have any of that built into my brain, right? So I would just engage with this stuff. I loved conspiracy theories. I loved ideas that, like, on the dark side of the moon, that there are bases, or that the astronauts were debriefed and told not to tell us things about what they saw, and that they secretly saw these UFOs. And like, I was heavy into all of that. I watched all the documentaries, and like, my mom is also like a big believer in that stuff. She unironically watches shows like, Ancient Aliens, and she believed in that. She had a whole arc where she like really thought that there were ancient aliens, and that's the only reason that we're smart, and that we were slaves for the aliens to like mine gold and materials, and that's why we're so different than other animals, is they got involved with our genetics and they started fucking with us to turn us into like the perfect slaves, and that's what we were worshiping. And there are a lot of depictions of that stuff, and like, we just kind of interpret it as something different or something mythical, when in reality this is like people's attempt to explain phenomena that they saw, that they didn't have airplanes, they didn't have like, complicated metallurgy, or like all these different concepts that it seems like all of us have access to, that we could use to reference and put into in understanding what we're seeing. And so she believes in all that. I used to like be heavy into that stuff, but as you get older and more critical, yeah, I more so just want to kind of shoot shit down, and that makes me not a fun UFO guy to talk to, because a lot of my thinking is shooting things down. And if you really have an open mind and you're being critical, it's just hard to believe a lot of this stuff, because if you're looking for reasons not to believe it, you will find it time and time again. And so, yeah, like, I want to be clear with that, because part of the reason why I'm afraid to talk about this stuff on stream is I can come off like a zany lunatic, and then you probably use that impression of me as a conspiracy theorist that believes in fucking UFOs or crazy shit, and then you apply that to like literally everything else you hear from me, and then I lose all reputation as maybe a somewhat credible source on information, or you can't trust my thought process anymore, and all that sort of stuff. And that was a big worry, and something people warned me about when covering this UFO stuff, because before the House committee hearing, I was thinking about watching a video where this Ezra dude who works for the New York Times is interviewing this other journalist, and kind of like, I wanted to talk about how like, I really want to believe in this stuff. I really want to believe that it's true, but I want to show you how somebody like Lauren Southern, who also wants to believe that like immigrants are bad and all this other shit, but she's constantly looking for things that just confirm what she believes in. I want to show you how you can be critical, how you can engage with information that is supporting some of your priors, but I want to show you how not to turn off your brain while you're engaging with it. You can still believe in stuff. You can still have fun pet theories. You can have like a headcanon of the way that things work, or you can have intuitions about what the truth of things are. But you can also interpret information in a fair way and be critical about it. And that, I wanted to do a stream about that, but a lot of people kind of discouraged me from doing it. And now that I'm kind of opening the can of worms with this, and I'm finding a way to ride that line a little bit, we'll see how well of a job I do of it. I would like to bring that into stream more, because it's a fun topic that isn't super serious, to help you explore some of those critical analysis skills that I know that I picked up writing essays for people, and is something that I'd like to give to other people, because it seems to be something that the audience gets a lot out of. Yeah, I will try to interrupt a little bit less, and I'll let this play out. But this is a fun topic for me, and there's lots of fun to be had in talking about it. And so pardon if I end up interrupting a lot throughout this. It's just like, this is a fun thing for me. And again, a lot of the streams coming back to this, I just want to have fun with it. I want to share stuff that I think is fun and interesting, and I want to engage in it, engage with it in a way that makes me want to keep streaming, and not in a way where I'm trying to like maintain a public image or optics, or like not make other streamer people mad at me and all this other shit. Like, I just want to have fun with stream again. So like, yeah, more of these to come, hopefully, but we'll see.
Mr. Cabral says, as he writes these words, the UFO is emerging as a major topic of global importance. I can state that as a fact. out there. I met a fellow who came in here all the way from Denmark to be here for this meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these three brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude. Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time. Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this, and I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers and their families. And I'm thankful to them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there. And now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. I said, in the Baptist church, we'd say that the devil's in our way. And the devil has been in our way through this thing. We've run into roadblocks from members from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if an airline pilot has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them. And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint about half of y'all. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman? Or is that...
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected.
Imagine how distracting it is to have these people fucking whispering behind you as you're trying to make your statement. Like, they have to know that the camera is on this chick and that they can see him in the back, too. It feels kind of like low-key disrespectful, in my opinion.
Leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them. And from my personal experience, I believe the same thing. Another poll found that nearly half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative Burchett just referenced on the FAA bill that just went through, you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We are simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a skiff prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grusch, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue, particularly to Congressman Burchett. I know that your leadership has brought it to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also
Okay, super off topic. This lady kind of looks like an Oblivion character. She looks like she kind of has that elf face a little bit. Or am I crazy? Let me know.
provides appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor's experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight, and that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully that the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress, and I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Now, we have...
So a quick sidebar on what he's talking about there. So you have to imagine, let's say that you are on like an F-15 aircraft working for the U.S. military, and you have a sensor array on the craft, and you're able to zoom in and see this thing, and it has some display of like how far away it is. If you go ahead and just leak a recording of the feedback from those sensors, an enemy combatant could put together the sensor capabilities of this aircraft by looking at what it's able to see, how far away it's able to see, the clarity of that. So oftentimes this is like a defense for why we have to keep some of these recordings or evidence of these UFO sightings secret, is because if you were to reveal it, you're also inadvertently going to reveal a bunch about our sensor technology and stuff like that, or, you know, military things like formations, or, you know, how we engage stuff and things like that.
Incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may be, may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DOD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers. We know that whistleblowers have reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well, and this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have national security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As a ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee. We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't be afraid of the truth. I'm proud to say that this hearing builds upon bipartisan work by members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which has sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to their defense authorization bill, which will create a commission with broad declassification authority, and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country. I also just want to say more broadly that we should look at this hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield the 2.5 minutes of the remainder of my time to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs. Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account. Though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world, but when it comes to UAPs, nothing? Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist, but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development. Satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I would yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grusch, is a former Senior Intelligence Officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a Senior Technical Advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, Squadron Leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands.
And before we get into this, which is probably just going to be a formality, but an important one, because a lot of people argue, and you've even heard this argument, echoed on Destiny's stream, that like, until you're saying things under oath, I really have to take with a grain of salt whatever you're telling me, because it's very different to go on Fox News and say a bunch of things, and it's a whole other thing to be sworn in under oath and say these things under threat of perjury or whatever else. So, this is a big deal for people. Now, in the background here, let me go ahead and open up the video. So I have my cursor. You have George Knapp here, who is that television guy that I said is very important to a lot of this stuff. You have the Scheitzer documentarian dude here, who is involved with a lot of like Skinwalker Ranch stuff. I don't know anything about Graves. This is the guy who is a complete unknown quantity to me. Grusch is a recent addition to the kind of UFO community. He's this guy that says that he's talked to all sorts of intelligence people people in his personal life over his time working in the intelligence services. He comes from a family of people that work in the intelligence service, and he has high-ranking classification, credentials or whatever, and so people trust him. And then on the right here, you have a dude who was a pilot, and if you remember this Tic Tac sighting, which I'll go ahead and pop into here, he was the pilot that was involved in this video that leaked a long time ago, or was released, I should say, a long time ago, where they're tracking this Tic Tac object, and it zooms over to the point that they were supposed to get to in their training mission for the day, like basically within a minute, and it had unusual flight characteristics, and the dudes were super blown away by what it was, and they're freaking out over comms. So if you saw that video, that's the pilot that was involved there. And so yeah, that's kind of the bit of background on all the people that you see here, at least the ones that I can identify.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are recurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Grusch.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grusch. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2025, or excuse me, 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW. I became a whistleblower through a PPD 19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both the truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing Staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting a variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I have suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congresswoman.
And now we come to my favorite of the three of them, who is the most believable. So the reason why, you know, even with my kind of criticism of everybody else, that I like Commander Fravor, is that we had the video evidence of what he went through. We had the recording of him talking. You know, there's no denying that he was on the jet. He recorded the thing. He saw the thing. He reported it, and yada, yada, yada. So, and generally when he's talking about things, he doesn't go off into speculation land very much and talk about weird stuff. He kind of tries to stick to his own story and experiences, whereas most other people kind of focus a lot on, like, I talked to so-and-so and so-and-so told me some very, like, worrying things about what's going on. Like the guy in the middle that we just saw talk, a lot of his concerns and a lot of the things that he turned over to the committee are basically like secondhand information that he received from people. So he's hearing stories from people that these programs exist, or that they've engaged with them, or they've engaged with the materials. Whereas, at least from what I've heard of Fravor, he kind of just sticks to his own experience and whatever. And he might mention that he's heard things from other people, but the bulk of his story and significance and, you know, why he shows up on programs is just his own documented, you know, experience with things. And you know, being a recent pilot and everything like that, I just find him to be a little bit more easy to stomach, I feel like.
Women, I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that's been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz and my wingman was joining up, we were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves, so the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a small, saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we continued 270 degrees, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cat point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to him, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape. It was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. There was an unofficial report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keane, who is present today, Rob Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times.
So again, to reference back to what we talked about before, and I bet it would come up, that To the Stars Academy is an organization that I believe Tom DeLonge founded, who's the Blink-182 dude and pumps a bunch of money into, and it's basically a private version of things like this UAP task force that's meant to accumulate all these stories and materials or anything else involved with these UFO phenomena. And you know, it also has a big part of organizing what they're going to say on social media and on the news and stuff like that. And it kind of collects these people and organizes them a little bit.
2017 New York Times, and it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where are they from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grusch just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it, not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged wave programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you while you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Calling myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP, but more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk. Okay.
What steps do you think you have to be taken to improve a pilot's UAP reporting, be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There's a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's kind of play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors and our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why when you go back that far things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was a commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so that operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grusch, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about the UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in the pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the concerns for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with the other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in a notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they're reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send us to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having the system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. So if you took the East Coast, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system. And so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for just for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as a government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
We're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as effective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Fravor?
I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots and the question from Mr. Grusch, one of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion with Mr. Graves last night as well is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that we witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know you have also said some of these answers in the past. We're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Grusch, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman.
And that is kind of the big thing that Grusch is introducing into the equation, is that Grusch guy claims that he's talked to all these different people, some of which were directly involved with these programs of retrieving these UFOs and stuff. Some kind of key points there. He says that there's a lot of money, like we're talking like billions of dollars, that is spent on keeping that secret, on just the security apparatus around the thing to keep people from talking and to hide stuff and cover stuff up and keep it from Congress and other people that would otherwise be able to provide oversight over the spending of that money in the program itself and its findings and things like that. But a tricky thing is what can be made public in here, and documents and things like that that he may or may not have access to, that he may or may not be able to give to people. And that's kind of the tricky part about his stories and stuff like that.
And I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from the committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions. Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's zero airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Fravor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that, because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, hey, boomer. And I said, no, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're going to have to just look it up. And but I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much. as she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you. Mr. Favor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance. Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grusch, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would think, that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area, SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the SCIF, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario. Mr. Favor, do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
And just a quick aside on SCIF, if you're not familiar with that, a SCIF is a sensitive, compartmented information facility. It's basically like a room or, you know, a place in a building that you're allowed to go where secret materials are housed and you can't take them out of the room. And it's a place where you can engage with those kinds of secret materials.
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone. So there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object, though, that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were, in another instance, we're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapon system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do, range, velocity, aspect, and then it hit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay, I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp, breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You'll back to you. No time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations, are being conducted across the world. And that's from the Ultimate Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public with your experience?
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I'd seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grusch, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership.
Regarding the feedback that you guys are getting, some people are describing it as like a Geiger counter. That is in the video. I am picking it up, but it's not all that annoying on my audio setup with these. Although I know from experience the different kinds of headphones you use could definitely have an impact on that. It's less annoying in these. It would probably be more annoying if I had my Bose headphones on, so that might be part of what you're going through there. I do hear it, but it's not as big a deal on my end.
At previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder, and when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So,
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What has your experience been since you come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena? Or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. Grusch, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally. Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of AARO, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over AARO in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of AARO.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DOD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that, though, mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you, so it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video go fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last. Oh, I'm out of time. I yield. I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Do you want to go ahead?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile of Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grusch, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grusch, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace department programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah. And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs, and I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a, waived or waive-bigoted unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
does that mean that there is money in the budget that is set to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Okay. Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point in second. Mr. Grusch, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course, I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you've spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay. Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Grusch, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Arrow thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to Arrow that I also interviewed,
Okay.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And with that, we'll take a brief break for me to go pee real quick. And when I come back, I'll tell you another crazy UFO thing, okay? So stick around. I'll give you a TLDR and another, UFO internet story thing that'll be kind of maybe interesting to some of you and ridiculous to others. But I'll be back in 2 seconds, okay? I won't even put the waiting screen because it's pee, and I'll try to be quick, okay? Okay, let's talk about 4chan. So, and this kind of relates to David Fravor's story. So, there was a 4chan post, and again, take this on with a grain of salt. It could very well just be fake. As a matter of fact, the probability is probably higher it's all just fake. But this person came forward on 4chan, and they said, "Hey, I was involved with a program that has a bunch of information about all this stuff. Ask me anything, whatever." And what they described through all these posts, because I read through all of them like a fucking crazy person, is the way that they describe the UFO things working is there are maybe a few mothership things that are under the ocean, okay? And this kind of relates to the water breaking that Fravor saw that was beneath the craft, beneath the Tic Tac thing that he picked up. And these mothership things on board them, they make the UFOs purpose built. So I've seen others of you in chat mentioning maybe you've seen a UFO or you've heard people see UFOs and they look different or whatever. And he describes a few different shapes of these from the outside, and he says that each of them are purpose-built for something that they have to do, and the design is often correlated to whatever it is that they're supposed to do. This is also fake. Yeah, well, you know. So, you know, like some of them maybe look like a little bit of the silhouette of like a stealth helicopter, but they're still all rounded and whatever. And some of them are meant for mining. Other ones are meant for imagery. Other ones are meant for exploration or being in the ocean or being in the air or whatever. And, you know, that could maybe explain why some of these things look different to different people and some of them look freaky and whatever, is that they're all purpose built for this one thing that they do. And then afterwards, they come back and they're repurposed. And, you know, you could probably Google this thing and go read it if, you know, that's something fun that you like to do. I thought it was a bit of a hoot to read through. I just wanted to give you guys some kind of crumb of fun for me coming back and taking the break to go pee. So that's just, I could go all day with these different things. So, you know, I find it all very fun to think about and to read about and whatever. Although, again, treating it all with a grain of salt and not necessarily buying into it necessarily, but kind of trying to have fun with it a little bit.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found, we can take that information and promulgate this to the public sector so that we can have more open conversation about what we're seeing.
Yeah, you know, in 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Freier's experience, U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released...
Stop hitting the mic! He keeps fucking hitting this mic. There's some meme video out there where, like, it's just constantly playing back people hitting the mic, and it's like, if you can find that, link it to me, because it's a funny meme. But I keep thinking about that because he keeps fucking hitting the mic with his hands, and it's annoying the fuck out of me. We already have enough audio issues in this stream. We don't need you tapping the mic every fucking 2 seconds.
Released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, you know, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, you know, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, you know, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, you know, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freier, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, you know, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. You know, I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential, and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, you know, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders, Civil Air Patrol. Yeah.
Pilot?
You know. And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, being in the glider and seeing something and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo-market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Grusch, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Right. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay.
And I will yet again chime in with the UFO historian part of me. So I don't know if this exactly has to deal with Grusch. I believe that it does, but here's kind of the canon. The canon is that during World War II, when we were coming into Italy, it turned out that fascist Italy had come into the possession of a downed UFO. And, you know, that downed craft was the first thing in this whole canon of events of like discovering these things and finding the crash sites and looking at the technology. And basically that is the point from forward that apparently it is documented that we had the crafts and we were accessing them and trying to reverse engineer them and whatever. And after finding that craft, it was interesting enough that that's when a lot of the efforts to find these down crafts, when they happen, basically started. So you got this kind of crazy theory that goes back to World War II, and that's what he's referring to here with the 30s, is that you know, that was the time that we found the first one in Italy, and then it kind of you know, developed more from there.
Can you give me
also? Let's see here. What's your opinion on the optical illusion explanation for the Tic Tac? Yeah, I've seen this floating around a bit in the chat. There are good videos kind of debunking things about, for instance, the Tic Tac recording. And if I remember correctly, and again, this is just my amateur UFO historian thing, the debunk idea is that what a lot of these sensors and things are looking at could be explained as balloons. And for instance, with the Tic Tac, you're seeing a bunch of what looks like the water underneath the Tic Tac moving really quickly. And that's not the Tic Tac moving. Essentially, if you're in a jet and you're circling this thing that's on the ground that could be stationary, the water moving is because you're in a moving point of reference. And that this could explain some of the other sensor stuff that you see as well, is basically you have an object that's moving really, really slowly, and you have some perception issues from the pilots because your point of reference is moving. So, you know, it might look like it's doing something crazy like shooting up really quick. Well, balloons shoot up really, really quick when you put up, you know, any kind of like weather balloons or things like that. And that might explain the acceleration that is beyond maybe what a human pilot could endure, or it's floating there. And because you're moving, it looks like it's moving, or it looks like it's hovering, or things like that. And so that's why kind of balloons are a good way of debunking some of this stuff. And, you know, when you're talking about football sized objects and stuff like that, I mean, weather balloons, if you've ever had it explain to you how large they are, I mean, they're fucking huge. They're just literally giant balloons filled with helium, so you can have enough, you know, lift or buoyancy or whatever in the atmosphere to be able to have all the technology at the bottom. You really can't have a lot of mass and still have like a helium balloon that takes things up to where you need them to go at a reasonable rate of speed. And so you know, they tend to be pretty ginormous. And so, yeah, that's a TLDR, I think, on that. And I hope I did an okay job. I did watch those things and whatever. The difficult thing for me is I just have no idea. Like, I don't imagine that Commander Fravor is, you know, part of my French. I don't think he's retarded, right? They get a lot of briefing and a lot of explanation of how to identify things and what different things look like. I bet he's engaged with balloons and training exercises and other things. He's also seen aircraft of various types. So when I'm watching things like that debunking, specifically the Tic Tac thing, I have to imagine that those are things that Frafer is also considering when making his reports, or that the other 3 sets of eyes that are looking at the thing are probably also considering when they do the reports. And, you know, a theme that comes up a lot here is it takes a lot to be a pilot. If you have any family or friends that have had aspirations to be a pilot in the military, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to even be a commercial pilot. It's hundreds of hours of training, and it's a lot of, you know, sifting through the chaff, and, you know, only the good ones rise to the top and are put in charge of military hardware that is highly classified. It's running some of our best optics equipment. You're in a craft that's worth millions of dollars, that hundreds, if not billions of dollars have been put into like research for and development. So when you're picking those people, you're only going to pick the best. And if you start talking about how you see UFOs when you're flying, things like your psych eval or other things, you know, if that comes up in your evaluations, it's very easy to just pick somebody other than you to sit in that seat. So why would you blow it all reporting something that you don't even really understand? Like you guys are saying, it could have been a weather balloon, it could have been like literally anything else. What is the point of reporting that? Because you have a lot to lose, and that's kind of you know, what's going on there. So that's my slight little response to you there.
The names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases that the recovered material would be in. And I know a lot of Congress talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and, you know, I mean, there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just, you know, and we move like a glacier. As soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans would pull up, but please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel committees and the Inspector General.
And we could get that in the SCIF if we were allowed to get in a SCIF with you. Would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because it's sensitive.
All right. If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has...
and I say that because myself, Representative Gates and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
Certainly a difference between member access and, say, somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access.
Ms. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I go there. Yeah.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they fail the dadgum thing every year. They lose over $1 billion a year, we think, and I've told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off on my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like it doesn't work the other way.
If you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay now, you get a call from the IRS. So please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
What have you stated publicly in your interviews for the Congressional record?
If you reference my News Nation interview and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically. Yeah.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms.
Now, one thing that maybe the more educated among you can understand that I don't, the kind of, again, we talked about applying a critical lens to this. I don't like that there are things that he could have just said on Newsmax or whatever. He did a whole like hour-long interview with this news program and talked a lot about what's being hidden and whatever. I worry from a more conspiratorial lens against these ideas that perhaps this is a loophole to get away with saying shit off the record that you then don't have to defend on the record. And so anytime I hear that, like, well, you could reference my other interview, why won't you just say what you said in the interview? If you could go and say it on Newsmax, I don't see how, like, the classification stuff or any other kind of, blocker stops you from saying it on the news or allows you to say it on the news, but then you can't say it under oath in this congressional hearing. That's what I don't understand, and it smells fishy to me. I can sort of understand the idea that there are open investigations in these other places that he's working on that he can't, fuck with. I could believe that, but it's just that in combination with not being able to just reiterate things that he said in that interview. That's what kind of bothers me. And I don't know if I'll have time for it today, because again, I have company coming over tonight and I want to make sure the house is ready for them and cleaned and whatever. And I probably want to cook some dinner later. But if you guys are interested, we could look at some more stuff on this topic. Like if you're watching the VOD right now, or even if you're watching live on Twitch or YouTube, go drop me a comment in the YouTube section. Let me know, is this something that you're interested in? Do you feel like it's bullshit and it gets away from the kind of meat and potatoes debate reviews that we do? How do you feel about these kinds of topics? Because I would be more than happy to just watch the full Newsmax interview that he did, if you guys find that interesting, because I know I certainly do. I actually haven't watched the thing in full. I watched a lot of clips of it, but it was tough to find the thing in full when this story was breaking. I do, however, think it's been posted to YouTube in full now, so it should be possible to go watch it if you guys are interested. But if you're not, if you think this is all baloney and you don't like me wasting my time on it, let me know. But if you don't, definitely drop a comment. Let me know, subscribe to the channel. More of that to come if that's stuff you guys are interested in, because I find it fun. I love sharing it with people. I love nerding out over that stuff and watching it. And I know the feeling that I get reading and watching this stuff, and it's fun to me. So I would like to imagine that it's the same for you guys. Like, I imagine there's a non-insignificant number of you who would love to just sit here and, watch it with me and then talk about it and whatever. Another thing I've been thinking about doing is, doing sort of like what Destiny does, where I go and sit in a Discord room and you guys can pop in, just so we could have a bit more of a back and forth and like a proper conversation about this stuff, because I do find it at least a little bit fun and interesting to kind of poke our noses into. So if that would also be something you're interested in, let me know. I'm down for it all. And it would give us more hours on stream, more Booksmarts content for you to consume, which I know over the last year I have deprived you of. So if that's something you want more of and you don't care if it's reviews or just whatever I'm interested in, let me know. Give me some supportive comments and maybe we'll make it happen, Captain. Anywho, let us continue here.
Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member, as well as several other members here on this committee, that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grusch, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grusch, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grusch?
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, or the metal benders, so to speak, are the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review process, if it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, HISI.
Thank you. I apologize. My time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people, that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grusch would point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grusch to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
And to respond to Black Hole Sun in the chat, do any of the Congress in this hearing ask any critical questions at all? Now, this is something I struggle with, and I had talked to a couple of streamer friends and other people in private about this. One of my concerns is incentives. I talked a little bit in the beginning about how I give you the label shyster when you're making a gazillion documentaries and books and you're making a ton of money off of TV shows and other stuff. I also am skeptical of the Congress people because of their incentives in this. So you have to think about who the enemy is here. The enemy, in a mythological sense for the Congress people here, are these programs that they don't have access to. They want the power to audit these things, and they want to fucking go on the base and look at what's going on there, and they want access, and that's kind of the power grab that they want. And beyond that, they know that this is going to be a televised event that's going to have a bunch of eyes on it, and so people like Brutchett or whatever, they want to leave an impression on people. And you have to think about what is gained by being critical of the witnesses and the whistleblowers here. You have a whole thematic overtone for this entire hearing of like, you guys are whistleblowers, you're coming forward, and thank you for that, and you're coming forward against public scrutiny and, threats to your security clearances and your positions in the military and your public image and yada, yada, yada. You don't gain a lot by being critical of these people in this hearing. Now, if they were talking to Boeing and representatives at Boeing and they had some, tidbits of information that Boeing is hiding something or a military contractor is hiding something, that's the enemy. That's who they're going to be way more critical of. And that might be unsatisfying for you to hear or to understand, but that's kind of my limited understanding of this forum, is that there's not really a lot of benefit to be critical of these guys. And what you want to do is you want to lay the groundwork, both publicly and, you know, congressionally, so that you can have a power grab to see more and do more and begin to criticize these institutions and these companies and programs that you have a problem with. And I think that's kind of the direction that things go in. So yeah, that's probably why you're not seeing a lot of that critical stuff, or like trying to poke holes in the people's stories and whatever. And when you only have like 5 minutes each to make your points and ask your questions, you probably want to be more provocative. You want to think about how you're looking at people. Like, the eyes that are on this, I doubt it's a lot of people that want to kind of critically engage with it or see criticism of these individuals. It's probably a large portion of the American public that is interested in UFOs. And you're really not getting brownie points from your constituents that feel this way or believe these things by being critical of these people. There's tons of that already online, and you guys in the chat have already talked about, you know, some of the people that do that and, you know, poke holes in these stories or counter the narrative a bit. And so I doubt we're going to see that here, and that certainly wasn't something I was expecting going into it. And if you are, you're probably going to be disappointed. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of it, and we're about an hour and a half into a 2.5 hour thing. So I doubt that we're going to see any of that moving forward. Even though there are places to be critical. Like, it is annoying that Grusch, who seems to have some of the most interesting information, can't talk about a lot of the stuff that I personally want to hear. I want to see documents. I want to hear about the agencies and the organizations that are hiding funds. I want to hear about the scale of funding from the American taxpayers that are going to these shadow organizations. And I want to hear about cover-ups, and I want to know names. And I doubt he's going to give us any of that just based on his responses thus far. So you're disappointed. I'm going to be disappointed. We're all going to have a little bit of disappointment biting into this one.
Thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and the reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with the statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. In '97, we had the famous Phoenix Light case. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater Range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
And to give you a bit of my UFO historian background, so basically, over the skies of Phoenix, there appeared to be some giant craft. So basically, you had like, I think it was a somewhat triangular form of lights that appeared in the sky over Phoenix. And it looked like, you know, if those lights were a part of a craft, it was a giant craft over Phoenix. And then it just disappeared after a while. There's lots of video of it. You can go look it up. Tons of people saw it all across the area. And the official explanation is that there was a training exercise being conducted at a local base, and what you're seeing are flares being dropped out of the aircraft. And so that is kind of the official story that he's talking about, and that is the phenomena that people saw. And the UFO explanation is this is a giant spaceship that was over the skies of Phoenix that night that lots and lots of people saw. So that's what's being referred to here.
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in closed environment, yeah.
That would be good, thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and going down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range follower report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform, and it's a pain in the, we'll say, butt to get that data off. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two. Being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report, someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the.
Oh, you got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery and full motion video.
I would think, well, in my opinion, I will say, things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified to TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DOD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. And so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grusch, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So at one point you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured, and the activity.
By UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I can answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay, and so with that being said, the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system, and the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine 3D objects such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface. That's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
And to respond to you in chat, yeah, this Burleson guy, I feel like, you know, we were talking before about these Congress people using this as a way of like asking the most provocative questions to get the best answers that are then referenced in like news articles and reporting on this. I feel like he's asked a lot of the questions that I have seen in articles and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did research into what the UFO people believe so that he could start to seed some of those questions. And again, there's about an hour-long interview with this Grusch guy where he kind of talks about some of these theories and what's going on with the craft and bodies and, you know, other people being hurt by them and stuff like that. So like he comes off as somebody who had engaged with the story outside of the hearing and is using this as a vehicle to introduce some of those ideas back in here, or at least the more fantastical aspects of Grusch's story and his narrative that he kind of laid out on the news. So he's certainly getting his worth out of his 5 minutes compared to other people. I know somebody also mentioned Ocasio-Cortez seems like she has some of the most practical questions, like, hey, if we were to draw up this survey, what are some of the questions that we need to ask? Whereas you know, this guy's asking about bodies and, you know, that sort of thing. Oh, in this holographic principle thing, so I think he explained it fairly well. The idea is if you have something that exists in fourth dimensional space, when it touches into three-dimensional space, the representation of that object might be what we're seeing. And that might explain why, for instance, something can go like 0 to like Mach 1 or 2 and not break the sound barrier or have a sonic boom. If all you're seeing is like a representation of the thing with like a corner touching three-dimensional space, what you're seeing appearing is not where the bulk of the thing exists. It exists in a higher dimension, and when it's engaging with the third dimension, that's just what you see. It's an artifact of what the thing is because you can't really see it. In the same way, if you imagine that there are like little black dots that live on a white plane and all these beings are like two-dimensional beings, if we were to, for instance, pass this cup through, you would see nothing, 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 and then you would see a circle with these ribs on it. And then as you pass through to here, you would see a perfect circle, and then it would be gone, right? And so that's kind of the idea with these four-dimensional objects or the holographic principle or whatever. If you have something in fourth-dimensional space, when it passes through three-dimensional space, you see a slice of it, a 3D representation of the 4D thing. And that might explain why they're able to kind of do the things that seem like they would be impossible if these things had existed in a three-dimensional space. It's all kind of out there and wonky, but that's I think what he's going for here.
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am waiting of. So,
would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes, and because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, and but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
you're not aware, it has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico, and when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace, not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down, he said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection, as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side. You can go back through history of things showing up in certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it. And the only way we could see it is passively, which is how we got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about four craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone, because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grusch in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies, whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we could just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs?
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
Didn't adore it. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Grusch, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So,
do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, so, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies, organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, now we have Mr. Langworthy. Is he here? Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today to discuss this very unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work.
So really gold-plated credentials.
To briefly respond to Cyber Lin Kuei, I mean, we've already had at least one come up that it breaks your thing that you're saying here. So one of the Congress people who I presume is from Arizona, because he's talking about Phoenix and it being within his state, there were lights seen above the Phoenix area in the 90s. And, you know, that is something that's recorded by tons of people all throughout the Phoenix area. So, I mean, some of these things are witnessed by other people, and there are recordings of that stuff. You can go look it up, and if you want to dig into it, I'm sure there's a wiki or something where you could see lists of all these events, and you know, for at least some of them where they're big and they're over a populated area, there are recordings from other people. Now, whether those are UFOs or not, or like they're fucking alien spacecraft or not, you can't know from the recordings, but they do exist of those.
Commander Fravor, we've all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day. Light winds, no whitecaps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying Tic Tac-shaped object?
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a Tic Tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out. And Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists and calculations which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I would say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And just briefly to give you guys a visual, because we keep bringing this up, and I have the ability to just bring up on Google. So this is the Phoenix Lights situation. You can go read the Wikipedia. I'll bring it up in a second, just updates for you guys. But I mean, you have multiple different angles and recordings of this, and it was on the news and people were talking about it, and so I mean, this exists. Again, official explanation for this: these are flares being dropped out of aircraft doing a training exercise over the Phoenix area. If we go back to here, it looks like this happened March 13th, 1997. I don't know why they use this picture, because that's clearly not a photo of the thing. So, a drawing that appeared in USA Today. I don't know why they would use a drawing when there are pictures, but yeah, that's the incident that congressperson was referring to and that we've talked about a little bit here.
Mr. August.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities. We look for.
Why don't these events happen with more smartphones and things around nowadays? They do. Again, as somebody who reads a bunch of this stuff, because I am just personally interested in it and I find it interesting and fun to think about and read about, they do happen, and there are recordings, and these things do appear to keep happening in the modern day. As a matter of fact, when we're talking about what Commander Fravor, that alone is a rebuttal to what you're talking about, Raccoon, where they picked this up on multiple different sensor systems aboard the aircraft, and apparently there are also radar, things from the Nimitz, which is the boat that they were kind of deployed out of, and a different boat involved in the training exercise. So, I mean, these things are happening. They're recorded on different things. And, again, whether they're natural phenomena or military exercises or whatever else, there is recordings of it. And people do manage to snap that with cameras and smartphones. Matt Gaetz also talked about an incident where they couldn't pick it up on sensors, but they did have photos of the thing. So, I mean, these are being picked up.
Or weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grusch?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grusch?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes.
Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
And this brings us to another UFO history thing. the prevailing theory in UFO circles is that a lot of these programs for the retrieval and whatever of these craft and investigation, whatever, are conducted under the guise or under the umbrella of the Department of Energy. So the idea is that the Department of Energy for a long, long time has had the funding necessary to siphon off the funds necessary to do some of the things like these projects or the recovery efforts and whatever else. And, you know, the Department of Energy's founding, you know, way back when, and the presidents that were kind of in control of it and the executive, that they use this for other huge projects and infrastructure things like the Hoover Dam and whatever else. And if you watch the first Transformers movie, this is actually a plot point in the Transformers movie, is that the Hoover Dam was a giant, you know, cover up to create a place to house the Transformers. And of course that's a movie and whatever, but like, you know, in UFO circles is like a common talking point or a bit of like their canon is that these things and cover-ups and whatever are done through the Department of Energy. And again, if you guys are interested, there's a really cool and compelling, in my opinion, interview with a soldier who is stationed in some South American country. I forget where. It was in the jungle. Maybe it was Colombia or something like that. And what he saw was the radar picked up an object that was coming in. It could have been a missile or something else, and it had hit the ground nearby. And so as a quick response thing, him and his squad or whatever were dispatched out to go see what it was. And when they arrived, there was a craft of some sort crashed into the side of a mountain, and there was this like sort of iridescent like fluid that was leaking out of it and that was all over the place. And I talked before about how another recurring thing in this UFO canon or conspiracy or whatever is that these beings have a way like telepathically sending communications to people, and upon approaching the craft, it was kind of telling him that they didn't mean any harm, they were safe. He felt like very comforted in like a weird like down to the core of himself way. And like this was like an overwhelming feeling when he approached the craft. And then shortly after they arrived on scene, Department of Energy officials showed up and they quarantined the place off, and they collected all the people that had witnessed the craft, and he was brought to an undisclosed location where people that looked like they were both defense contractors, Department of Energy officials, and military people kind of went through a round of debriefing and essentially interrogating the guy and kind of scaring him a little bit and asking him weird questions like, are you a patriot? You know, do you support the country? Yada, yada, yada. And he had this scary experience with them. So like, that's a recurring theme in a few of these where like the people get to the crash site sooner than this presumed organization does, and it's often Department of Energy officials that are involved with these crash sites and stuff. And so it's a bit of like the conspiracy context for when they bring up something like the Department of Energy. That's kind of the mythos that they're tapping into, and a little bit of a taste of some of the stuff going on there.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grusch, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Earls, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grusch, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you can imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD 19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD 19 or ICD 120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title 10 equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
That's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
You know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people a chance, an additional 3 minutes. So, Mr. Burchett, do you want to keep going?
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Ms. Luna, if she's on, is she on that list?
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grusch's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grusch, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be. Yeah.
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Yeah, you're referring to actual public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the Federal Acquisition Regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes. I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Very good. Mr. Grusch, you've been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context?
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar, pilots, commercial.
I'm sure that it's just like they have questions written down, they have to go through them. Although it very much frustrates me to hear repeat things. If you only have like 5 minutes at a time to ask questions, I don't understand because the things they're repeating aren't even like points that are like super helpful to reiterate. It annoys me that they ask questions that we have already had the answer to, like this one and lots of others. I'm sure you're picking up on it too, but like From a rhetoric perspective, it feels like a waste of time, and it annoys me that they do it because they only have so much time and so many questions. I don't know why they're wasting them like that, but they do it, and they do it in every single one of these hearings that I've ever listened to.
Pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide swaths of airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground, and that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
I'm over time. Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate the safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as
Also, to give a little bit of context, I mean, 50 feet, yeah, it's fucking close as fuck. Like, if we're looking at an F-16, or maybe it's even more helpful, I'll give you a range. Like, an F-16's wingspan, as in tip to tip, is 13 feet. The wingspan of an F-14 Tomcat is going to be 64 feet. So we're talking about a distance that is smaller than the size of some, like, fighter jets. You know, to kind of put it in scale. Yeah, that is danger close. Like, I would be shocked that the Blue Angels are even like that close. I don't know how close the Blue Angels get, but like that is really close. And I'm happy we actually get some real answers from Graves and not like, well, if you talk to me in a skiff, I'll tell you everything you want to know.
an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this seemed, it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grusch?
Purely a sense of duty. My first sworn oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of uniform.
Commander?
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, you're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article. And so after about 6 times,
Oh, Blue Angels do get that close? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know they get hella close, but I mean, even for them, I mean, it's a lot of training and, you know, it's like pretty fucking dangerous. So, yeah, I don't know.
I said, okay.
Honest. Yeah. This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this. It can't be people all over the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism and derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grusch?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DOD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to lead, join me in this discussion.
Commander, and I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division. So,
hoorah!
Yes, sir. He was old school. Him and Chesty Puller on Peleliu. So thank you,
wow.
brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. I'm very mediocre to say the least. But go ahead.
You seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me, I was an accident investigator. So the biggest thing that you learn, and I think that witnesses need to do, is one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts. Write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together, and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I know now we're going to be making some closing remarks, and so I just wanted to say a few things. First, to our witnesses, I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also want to just note that today's hearing was both important but also serious, and I want to thank our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Grothman, I think, for running a very fair and substantive hearing. I do want to thank the committee staff on both sides for the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to the hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for the public that I'm a freshman member of Congress and I've only been here for 7 months, but this is by far the most bipartisan conversation and discussion that I have seen happen in the Congress. And I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for the American public, does bring people together, and I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side also both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings. Clearly, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for answering some questions multiple times. I know, not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community. That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher, that I also really believe in following facts, in doing your homework, and making sure that you follow science as we try to get the most information as possible. And so I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school. It was a very illuminating hearing. Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come out of this. Sure.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need to compliment the folks in my office that did a lot of the work on this. Rachel and Noah sitting behind me here. They're very quiet and humble, but if without them, this thing would not have come off like it did, so I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to look into what we can do to make more of this information public. I think there's certainly a time period after which it should always be made public, and people have been concerned about these issues, like I said, since I was in high school. But in any event, I'd like to thank everybody who was here, sticking through the entire hearing. Without objection, the members will have 5 legislative days to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Thank you for the sub. I do appreciate that. And we are at the end of the Congressional Committee on Oversight and Accountability. Now, I do hear you. It is a funny meme, Vels' Pizza Party. Vels was saying earlier that this must be kind of like how at work sometimes they would have a pizza party, and everybody wants to go to the pizza party because you get free pizza and you don't have to work. You're on company time or whatever. And that maybe this is just the congressional equivalent. Of course, there's bipartisan support because essentially you get to have 2 hours of having fun and, playing around with the idea of aliens. Although I will say, and, skeptics, ready your brains for this one. But, imagine that this is true. Imagine that the Grusch guy is correct. And there is actually like a shadow part of the government that actually has UFOs and stuff. I mean, on the off chance that that's actually happening, imagine how cool it would be to get to be one of the congressional people that was a part of getting the ball rolling on disclosing that. Imagine if after this, they actually do get the SCIF meeting with him and they do get access to this info and then they are able to have a second hearing on it. Like, that's pretty fucking crazy. And so I don't know, on the off chance that it is a real thing and he's not bullshitting and he has the classified information and files and imagery to like back a lot of this up. And, you know, it seems like Matt Gaetz and other people are also, you know, with their hands tied behind their backs for what they can release publicly, even though they have personally seen stuff. Like, it is interesting to think that by doing this and by starting this, they're able to get that out to the American people. I know for sure, as a citizen, I would want to know that if it's happening, and I would like more information on it. And, you know, that's what keeps me interested. If it's real, that's really cool, you know? And yeah, you're welcome for the 1.4 times speed. Yeah, thanks everybody for coming. You know, actually, here's what I'll do. I'll talk for a little bit. If you have questions or want to discuss stuff with me, you know, I doubt there's many of you, but if there are, feel free to just jump in the, let's see, if you jump in discussion room A on the Discord, and you can get a link to my Discord channel by using !Discord in either of the chats, I'd be happy to chat with you a little bit if you have anything you want to talk about on the topic. But, you know, setting that aside, again, if you're interested in this, put a comment on the YouTube video. You know, if you're watching the VOD and you weren't able to make it to live stream, feel free to put it down there. Let me know if you're interested in more of these. I was, while I'm watching this, writing down maybe some of the content that we would go through. I think an accounting of the Roswell incident and all the interesting stories there that I personally would like to, you know, explore would be cool to go through. Recently, there was a call out of Las Vegas to 911 about a UFO that landed in somebody's backyard, and they described what they said were about 8 to 10 foot, like very, very skinny, decrepit, like humanoid creatures that came out of the craft and were engaging with like machinery that was in the backyard, like climbing into the forklift and fucking with things. And the police showed up and they were scared as fuck. And like, that's kind of another fun story. Or, you know, some of the one-on-one encounters that people claim to have had with aliens, including, you know, that interview with the soldier that was out in the jungle and responded to the downed craft. And there's just tons of those. If this is a rabbit hole that you guys enjoy hearing about, let me know. Give me that positive feedback, and, you know, maybe we'll touch back on this later. Again, don't trust me if I promise you more streams, okay? Because it could be that this is the last time you ever see me and I don't show up back on stream again. That is, you know, always the possibility. I'm not doing this as a job again. This is just like, I'm trying to have fun with stream and cover stuff that like I personally want to cover, and I just feel a compulsion to like go live and share it with you guys and, you know, get your input on it and hang out or whatever. And so, you know, that's just kind of part and parcel of what we're doing here. Let's get in the Discord and discuss. Yeah, I saw you pussy out, Munster. I saw you hop in and then you hopped out. If you're not memeing, you know, I'd be happy to have you on and to talk about it. And, you know, if you want to show up on stream and make your debut again in the public light, you know, I'd be happy to have you on. Feel free to join any of the channels in Discord and I'll drag you in. It looks like we have a couple of people in there, so I'm going to go ahead and join my private room here, and then I'll drag you guys in and we'll see what kind of discussion we could have after this enlightening Committee on Oversight and Accountability thing. I'll go ahead and drag in the first person. Again, it looks like we got maybe a couple of you. If you want to, feel free to plug in your mic and hop on Discord and I'll drag you in and we'll see where that goes. I'm not expecting anything out of it, but yeah, we'll see. Let me change scenes here. We'll go ahead and drag in Fire Agacon real quick. Hey, what's up? You're live.
Oh, hey. Cool. 1 second, just gonna mute what I was doing. Cool. So I commented a little earlier about the holographic principle, and I didn't really want to derail it at all by going over that. But from a layman's point of view, I suppose, I'm pretty sure the holographic principle has to do with like quantum information and like like the idea that the universe is like a 3D projection of like 2D information, if that makes sense. So it doesn't really have to do with like higher dimensional shit coming into the real or like the third dimension.
I see. Okay.
From what I understand, anyway.
Gotcha. And to bring up the context again when he's bringing it up, I think he mentioned it was just one of the theories to maybe explain the behavior of the craft, and it didn't seem like he wanted to give much weight to it necessarily when he brought it up. It was just kind of like a throwaway thing, but yeah.
Cool. That's really all I had. So.
All right. Anything else you wanted to talk about unrelated to aliens and UFO stuff?
Well, let's see. I'm sure there is. What's your I guess in more sci-fi stuff, have you had a chance to look at the superconductor stuff?
I did. I saw a bit of it. I think, and to give a TLDR for people, a paper recently came out, although I believe it's just a draft thing. It's not peer reviewed or anything.
I think it's a preprint, I think, yeah.
And it seems like different people on the project are kind of competing, because there were two papers that were put in that system right around the same time. So there might be some internal turmoil there, which is reasonable, because if this ends up being true, that you made a room temperature superconductor or whatever, then that has huge implications. Whoever discovers that is going to probably win a Nobel Prize. So there's going to be some fierce competition over getting authorship and being one of the people credited with that gets the prize. I thought it was really interesting, because if it's true exactly what they said they did to make it, it seems like it would be something that other labs could recreate really easily, because it seems like the materials are pretty widely available, and the procedure doesn't seem all that complicated. So, I mean, if it's correct, I feel like it should be replicated really quick. Maybe even before it goes into print, there should be some people kind of talking about it. So I suspect that over the next month or so, we'll probably be hearing more about that. And if it's true, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I think the only limitation is you can't like push a bunch of current through it is the thing, which might limit its like practical applications in industry or for like, power delivery or the grid or anything like that. But still, like,
right.
Even the idea that they have of like, and pardon me because I'm not a physicist, I think the idea is like you can create little channels and pathways in a material to enable like the superconductivity, and normally you have to achieve that by like putting the substance in some like crazy conditions like super high pressure and super low temperature or high temperature or whatever. But with this, it's more of a material science thing where the way you're creating the material naturally makes the channels for this superconductivity phenomena to occur. And if that's the case, then it might not be that this is the only way or the only material to do that. So another cool thing that might come out of this is like other labs think in terms of material science, other ways that they can make materials that would also have these properties where they'd have the channels in them to have the superconductivity phenomena. So it might not be that this is like the end all be all. It might be that they end up making some materials that are able to maybe pass more current through it or something like that. So it seems exciting.
Yeah. I am, I think we've had one sort of, to use your word, shyster on this before, right? Which was pretty quickly disproven.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I think this one is like promising in terms of like fast information, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not like, I guess I'm not like super hopeful because of sort of the way that like science news tends to like oversell things.
Mm. Yeah, and in my mind is like a hopeful. I guess the way that I counter that is the competition between different people on the team to try and push something out, and the knowledge that they likely have in the space of like, I think it was Ruiz or Diaz or something was the other author who put out bullshit that was quickly disproven. Like, I would have to imagine they know that this is going to be under a ton of scrutiny, and the fact that they're all clamoring to try to put something out at the same time, and that they know that the last attempt at this kind of failed miserably and probably ruined the career of that scientist, I'd imagine that they understand the risk when they're putting out the paper and would be at least somewhat certain about it. And the fact that it's so easy to recreate too, leads me to be hopeful that it is correct and it isn't like the same situation, but it could very well be.
That makes sense. I guess we'll see in the coming months and or years.
Yeah, hopefully sooner rather than later. It'd be great for everybody.
Yeah, if it's like you said it's not like not upscalable. I wonder what kind of stuff we're going to get out of it, because one of the, I mean, obviously it's going to be like huge for like quantum computing, among like other stuff, right? In terms of distribution, you might, if it is like still kind of bulky but like possible to use, right? I can see that being useful for not necessarily like regular consumers, but for like corporations to get their hands on sort of quantum computing tech, rather than like or I guess, yeah, it's rather than whoever's doing it at the moment. Right.
Or in maglev or anything else where
yeah,
it's
maglev,
like, yeah,
where size doesn't matter quite so much, right? Because like, I mean, obviously, ideally, we'd be able to use it in power lines, but if it's like super unwieldy, then that's probably not a feasible application. But I guess I'd have to look at the paper more, because I haven't read it. I saw it and sort of dismissed it as, you know, more science news bullshit. But yeah, all right. Cool. Well, it was nice talking with you. I've got something I gotta get to, but thanks for doing the UFO watch party. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, me too. It's fun to share with people. I know it's a little zany, but I feel like it's fun to think about. It's like a fun topic to explore, and with how few things we have where we can apply our imagination, have fun with them, it feels like the world is always like depressing and lonely and whatever, and this feels like a departure from that in a fun way.
Right, right. Well, yeah. I guess I'll see you if you ever stream again.
Yeah, yeah. Leave a comment on the YouTube video. Try to, you know, make it look like people want it.
All right. Cool, cool. Much love.
Yeah. See you later. All right. And it looks like the other coward that was in here has disappeared. So there you go. I think that will be the end of the call-ins, and you know, I'll try to do this more. I think it's a cultural thing. Perhaps if at the end of every stream I start opening up to dialogue a bit more, maybe it'll catch on a little bit more, and we could have you know, more interesting after the stream discussions. And the other hope, you know, and I know I'm not doing this as a job necessarily, but it's always good to have more people as we start to build more and more viewers and stuff. I imagine we could do more and more of this. It looks like we have Cyberlink Quay stepping up to the plate in the live weight room. I'll drag him in real quick and see what he's thinking. Hey, you're live.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I wanted to talk about some of the stories you've heard that have been convincing regarding the whole UFO thing. I think you talked about the Arizona thing. I haven't heard of it before, but what do you think is the most likely explanation for that?
I haven't looked into it too deeply to kind of weigh the official thing against the unofficial. And what's tough about the unofficial is it doesn't necessarily make it a craft. It could be an atmospheric phenomena, or it could be, enemy aircraft we don't understand, or it could be aliens, So as far as giving an explanation, I don't know. I didn't find the military explanation very compelling, because I just don't imagine that you're dropping a bunch of paratroopers and flares over a huge populated city and you're not giving them any advance notice or anything like that. So the cover story feels a bit weird to me. So I definitely don't lean in favor of that. I lean more towards like the unexplained than I do the official reporting on that.
Yeah, but do you think it's possible? Well, what's the possible? I mean, even though it's unexplained to you, is there a theory you've heard of that's probably more explanatory than the military's explanation?
I don't think so, because the alternative that I've heard is that it's a giant ship over the city, and for it to be as large as it was, because I've seen numbers where they look at photos and they compare it to like landmarks and they try to guess how big it is. I mean, it's a giant ship, and I just imagine that if it seems like in every other case of UFOs, like assuming this is the exact same phenomena and it all fits into like the canon of the conspiracy, like that would appear as a giant blip on radar, and people would freak the fuck out and leak that if it was the case. But in like a cursory Google search, I don't see anything about a radar phenomena tied with the event. So it's kind of like, it's tough to know. I lean more towards unexplained, and I don't know if I would lean towards like it's a ship, just because the other markers aren't really there.
Yeah. I think I saw do you know Corridor Digital, the YouTube channel? Yeah, I think I saw 2 videos where they tried to use their knowledge of VFX and how visual things appear through a camera and stuff, and they used their expertise and explanations to describe some popular UFO videos. And after seeing that video, the old popular UFO stuff kind of felt like just a bunch of random things that people needed explanations for. But after seeing that video, it felt like it was nothing. And similar to that, I've some stories that had supernatural or kind of unexplained phenomenal explanations usually end up having simple, boring endings. So yeah, that's my issue with some of the UFO stuff.
Yeah, same here. Like even if I really believe that there were UFOs and the canon's right and they're, out doing stuff on Earth and whatever, like still, even if you throw that into the mix, I'd imagine the vast majority of these are like explainable things, because when you start with something as broad as like there was something in the sky that I couldn't explain, even if there were these ships floating around and we can only collect maybe around half a dozen of them since like the 30s, like it would stand to reason the majority of these sightings are just probably not that, even if it did exist. So like a lot of them, I lean towards your thinking as well. If there's any kind of like practical explanation, or if only one video exists, especially, it's a lot easier to just like believe that it's a hoax or something else, or something explainable that the photographer didn't know. But then when we get to something like the Phoenix lights, where like multiple people all across the city are reporting it, and there's multiple angles of shooting the thing, and you have all of that, then that becomes a lot more like, oh, okay, this is probably not a hoax, but it's unexplained, and those I find a lot more interesting than the one-offs, for sure.
Yeah, and I think I've asked it in chat before. Have you seen some of the explanations for the Tic Tac video?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, a bunch. Yeah, it's easier for me to be satisfied with the answer that the military people are incompetent than to believe that their explanation is reasonable. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at? Yeah. So do you? What's your opinion on that?
I kind of tapped into it a little bit earlier, but like the explanation I saw in the video, it makes it seem like the pilots would have to be pretty fucking retarded. Like, like if the explanation he gave is correct, that it is a balloon or something, and that these are kind of just a result of the way that the targeting system works, and it's a bit like you're looking at it, like what doesn't square that away for me is they have all this training and they've likely encountered balloons and other things before, especially using the targeting systems and things like that. They have all this training, so like for them to not understand it and it be a balloon or something, I feel like isn't very likely. And then if we combine that with like they are visually looking at the thing as well as all this is happening, like Wizzo's looking on the go on.
I thought it was the only were they looking through their eyes, or is it just a radar thing that they're checking at?
So the way Fravor explains it, it sounds like it's both. So him and the other aircraft, the all people on board had some visual looking at it, and then the Wizzo that he had in the back, because he was the aircraft that went to go intercept it, the Wizzo's looking through all of the sensory stuff, but he's keeping visual contact with it, and that's ultimately how they were able to go down and engage it. Is he can see these things, and he's also describing this thing under the water at the same time, and he's kind of looking at both of these things with his eyes. And I didn't see, for instance, the water thing on any of the gimbal or anything like that. So from his explanation, it sounds like he's looking at it and other people are looking at it at the same time that they're also picking it up on the sensors, and the Nimitz is also picking it up on radar. And if we're thinking about a balloon or something, if that thing is being picked up, like other stories have talked about, once you upgrade the radars, they're starting to pick things up. I feel like if the radar on board both of these boats is picking it up, the balloon thing seemed a lot less likely to me, because it shouldn't really have a radar signature for how big it was too, because like we saw with the Chinese balloon, like in order to have a sizable amount of infrastructure on the balloon that would theoretically be picked up by radar, you kind of also have to have a giant balloon. And what they're describing doesn't sound like a giant object. Like, so these are the things that are kind of not lining up when I watch that debunk explanation, that kind of don't really get mentioned or taken into consideration.
Yeah, I think in the video they were kind of fake, but isn't this event kind of old, like in the early 2000s?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's the? I mean, they haven't said it clearly, but how many times has that happened since the technology has been better? Maybe in the 2010s and stuff.
I think the figure that the Graves guy gave is like they have a little over 100 like sightings or whatever that were given to them. I know that the NASA investigation is looking at the low hundreds. It's like 100 and something occurrences happening. And then I don't know if it was Graves or Grusch that mentioned that like once the radar systems were updated, we're picking up more of those. But that's also something I hear echoed in the news when the spy balloon stuff was coming out, is that as we're updating these radar systems, we're picking up more of the balloons and like possible drones and other stuff that probably is human in origin. So but I think the timeline fits that, like when he picked up the Tic Tac, it should have been before all of that.
Okay. Yeah, and I also had another question. You didn't like the explanation people gave when they said that a super advanced alien species that lands in Earth and crashes, that isn't likely. And I think you didn't like that explanation when it was given to aliens, or yeah.
I don't like that explanation very much, because it feels like it just takes a lot of things for granted that I don't feel like you could take for granted. And that's my frustration with like when I talk to a lot of people about UFO stuff or aliens or whatever else, it feels like they're not very imaginative. Like I could easily stretch my imagination to conceive that like, okay, well, I mean, if you have these crafts on Earth, we've only had, and they've been around for a long time, which I guess is kind of the canon for UFO stuff. Like, it hasn't been all that long that we have fighter jets and things like that. So, I mean, accidents happen. Accidents happen with our own stuff, like the explanation that I think it was Commander Fravor gave. Like, I still see the possibility for accidents. And if the technology is like not super important to them, or, you know, their values are aligned differently than ours, I mean, like, we go and recover things like a down like Black Hawk stealth helicopter thing because like we want to keep that info secret from people. If they don't have the same beliefs about things, or if it's easy to make these, or if it's not worth the trouble to go recover them, or like there could be a dozen reasons why these things crash and they don't really care, or why they might like not be super careful with the craft, or like you know, because it's unknown unknowns, I could see just as many reasons that the crashes happen as that they don't.
Yeah, I think most people would say that if the ship is traveling, I mean, that specific ship is traveling the entire distance, or are you imagining like a mothership that exists nearby that releases those smaller ships that are crashing in Earth?
I find the mothership idea to be the most fun because I think it explains like why there are different shapes and stuff. And if that's the case, if they're just kind of building them purpose built for the mission, and maybe they don't have like the fuel or capabilities or kind of utility to be super useful beyond the single mission, then it would make sense to me that they don't really treat them as valuable as like we find them, as people that don't understand how any of it works and it's all fantastical to us.
Yeah, are you imagining these things that might exist to be biological, or what does your imagination go to usually?
I think my imagination goes to, given the shapes and stuff, they seem very organic, and given that there are reports of like bioorganics or whatever recovered from the craft by these people that are testifying right now, I guess they're probably organic, or like the really compelling interview with that dude that was in the jungle. It seems like the craft itself might kind of be organic by the way he described the way it looked up close. He was like, there's no seams or really anything, but when you're looking at like the skin of the craft, it has lots of like little dips and rivets and sort of veins and stuff. Like it looks like it's sort of organic. So maybe I would lean in that direction.
Could the technology be super advanced that it looks organic when we perceive it, but it's probably a digital thing? It's technically digital, but it could have a sophistication level that's super high. Like how you could imagine our bodies to be, some of the functions that are happening inside our bodies could be imagined in a digital or more mechanical sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Again, we're in unknown unknowns. Like when I imagine these ships and what they look like I would say the one-on-one interview with the soldier guy about what the outside looks like is one that I go to like picture them in my brain. And then Bob Lazar's description of the inside of the craft, which matches with some other UFO people's description, also seems like it checks out, that like the inside doesn't have any rivets or, you know, paneling or anything, and it's all like smooth, and it looks like copper on the inside, and it's like pretty tiny, and there's no windows or anything on it. Like that's kind of what I imagine, is like a metallic coppery looking inside that is like very rounded and organic with no features or anything on it, and then an outside that is probably either like perfectly smooth, or it looks like this kind of like organic-y forged material on the outside.
Okay. I had one last question. Where I come from, there's usually some supernatural lore that everybody accepts as reality for the most part. And that if I took some of the people who believed in some of the creatures that exist, that are technically, they don't actually exist, but they believe to have exist, I think I could get them to testify in court, and they would probably explain everything in detail. But even then, there's still a more reasonable explanation to be given for them. Couldn't that be the same thing for the people who testified in the what's it called, the UPA or the U is it the U what was it
UAP.
again? UAP, yeah, UAP testification thing.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case. Like again, because it's unknown unknowns. I mean, these guys are just saying that, hey, I saw a thing and we picked it up on all these like systems and stuff. It still remains unknown. Like what they could be looking at might be an after image of something, or it could be a weather phenomena that we just don't understand super well, or it could, it could be a number of different things. So, it might not be aliens or anything like that. It could just be like a wide variety of like natural phenomena that we don't understand really.
Yeah, I mean, my point was to say that I don't value their swearing to oath. I don't value that aspect of the thing. They might believe it, but the swearing to oath, that doesn't change much. And I think people's perception of things has changed since they swore to since they swore oath and are saying stuff in court.
Yeah, for sure. And I get the I get the point that you're making, that like these people that I know truly believe in something that probably isn't true. And even if you put them under oath, they could be telling the truth in that they believe all this stuff and they could give a detailed account of it. But like at the end of the day, what they're describing is just something they don't really understand that isn't really true. And I would agree. And that's why, like, when we get into like holographic theory or these other things that like Graves will point out, I don't give a ton of weight to that. But if we're looking at something like Faber's testimony, like, okay, well, you saw something. You're not giving an explanation really for exactly what it is. You're kind of just saying, hey, I saw this thing. We picked it up on these sensors. This is the way that it behaved from my perspective. Like, he's not being like super prescriptive with what the thing is. He's just describing what he saw. And I feel like that is believable given the evidence that we have for the event. Like, oh, okay, because we picked it up on these different devices and stuff and multiple people saw it, like, and the ships are picking it up on radar, like there was something that happened there. And, as long as he's not giving an explanation, which I wouldn't give a ton of weight to, and he's just describing what he saw, it would be the same as if these people that you're talking about were brought into court and maybe what they had seen is like, like maybe they think will-o-wisp are real and they saw something in the bog that looked like floating lights and they described it as like their ancient ancestors or something like that. Like they could give this whole story description of what the thing is, but what I would be focused on is like, well, if they had pictures of the bog lights and they saw them and they took a video and there were like 5 people there that saw it, that's what I would focus on, is like, all right, well, something happened because there were all these people that saw it and we have documented evidence. What the thing is and their explanation of what they thought it was is less valuable to me for the reasons that you gave.
Yeah, I think the difference here is there's a image of the thing that they saw. I've heard of some corroborated evidence in the supernatural stuff I heard of. There have been people who corroborate with each other on the thing they saw, but even then I probably don't believe that. But in this case, I think the picture might have changed some faith in the thing that's happening. But even then, the video and the footage that has come is super I don't know the word, vague, or yeah, I don't know what word to use, but it's super simple that any explanation could be given that could be easier than the explanation they're trying to, yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. And, I hope that maybe putting this in front of tons and tons of people, maybe there's a sailor somewhere that comes out and describes these things and whatever, and then scientists that chime in after that and put the pieces together and discover some natural phenomena that explains what these pilots are seeing. And that's why I like that we keep it as UAP. Like you saw something in the air and you don't know what it was. And if we can start to narrow down what they are and what they aren't and start to close in the circle of like unexplained things, that would be the best, outcome of this. And it would mean that, pilots have to be less scared when they see things, or they could get training on what they might see and what it actually is. And like, I think that would be a good result, even if it ends up being that they're not aliens or craft or anything like that. And instead it's some natural thing that they're seeing. But ultimately, like, and I think this was a theme of the hearing, to get there, you have to get people less stigmatized to just report when they see something weird. And as long as we start getting those reports and we put them out in the open, then other people that know better can chime in and like begin to put the pieces together of what it is or what it isn't, you know?
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
And now we're going to be dragging in Shandor, or maybe Xander. It's probably more accurate to what their name is. I'll go ahead and drag him in. You are live. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, sorry. Turn on push to talk. My question was, I also am kind of like similar to you in that I don't think I don't put a lot of weight in like extraterrestrial type stuff, but from all the evidence and especially the testimony of people with knowledge of government processes and whatnot, it seems like there is like some kind of concerted effort to cover up phenomena in the in I guess aerial realm of like flying objects and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Like how believable is that aspect of the testimony to you versus the extraterrestrial stuff?
That like people are discouraged from reporting and that maybe stuff is being covered up?
Yeah, to the point of like threats on people's lives and harassment and all that.
I believe in that 100%, just because it's happened with other stuff. Like, you know, we've had weapon systems in the air that are classified, that if people see, they're going to give some shitty explanation for what it was, and that's happened in the past. Or, a lot of these people that become leakers, like Edward Snowden and other people, we seem to try and hunt them all across the globe to kind of, put them into a secret court and then probably put them in jail forever. So, like, I don't think it's, out of the question that we're trying to cover different stuff up, and that seems to happen all the time. So I think that's all probably happening. Now, whether or not that's because we secretly have UFOs or something, that is the stretch. But like the idea that we're doing that to people, or even it doesn't even have to be malevolent, just that like the systems in place kind of discourage you from doing it. Like with airline pilots, like if you're talking about seeing mysterious floating lights while you're flying the craft, it might reflect poorly on you in like a mental evaluation. Or it's kind of like at work, if you're getting like 2 or 3 write-ups and one of them is completely avoidable by not reporting something, and there's nothing really to be gained by reporting it, you kind of just make yourself look like a fool, then I could see how those systems are in place to discourage that without any intention of covering anything up. It's just kind of like a result of the way people are evaluated and fears around reprisal there. So that's what I would say on that, probably.
Yeah, and then the other thing to like kind of continue that is, do you think that it's possible that we have technology that's like a existential threat more for the responses that other countries could have to it? Because like I was researching a lot about like nuclear technology and like missiles and warheads and all that, just from the like recent Ukraine drama.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like a lot of safety comes from the fact that like we know what Russia has and what their conditions for launching it are, and like where everything's located and what the capabilities are. And they also get a lot of safety from having that on us. So it seems like very possible that we're working on technology that if it was made like public that we have it, it could be so far beyond like other countries' ability to counter that they no longer, feel like a mutually assured destruction is respected, and that could like prompt a response that's like an existential threat to the U.S.
Yeah.
That seems like very likely to me that something like that is going on and would, in my opinion, should be stopped. Like I know a lot of people are, science for science sake, but I think the fact that everyone knows what each other is doing, so no one feels like they're like so far behind that they're just nuke fodder if shit kicks off. Like I'm not a big fan of keeping shit secret like that. So I was wondering what your thoughts on it are, like whether it's better to have the technology secretly and be so far ahead, or whether it's better to be out in the open with that kind of shit.
I mean, it just depends on what side of it I'm on. Like, as a citizen, I could understand wanting it all to be open and from like a public policy perspective. But if I was in charge of everything, probably not. I probably want to keep all that stuff secret because, like, an edge can mean victory or defeat in a war or in a skirmish of any kind. Like for instance, if we just dumped out that we had the Enigma in World War II, I wonder how radically different history could have been. Like, if the Germans knew that we had decrypted that, they would just start using a different system immediately, and then we lose all edge in that battle. And so that's part of what I worry about. Or like if there's secretly a counter to interballistic missiles that is not being discussed by different nations, then we kind of have protection that like otherwise would have been thwarted. And if we go to nuclear war and we were the guys with the secret defense system that like protects 60% of the population in the United States from like nuclear annihilation, I would feel pretty good about being one of the only nations left standing at the end of the Holocaust. So, I understand the compulsion to like want all of it to be open, but I also think that it has worked out in the past, and I have no doubt it'll continue to work out, that having that edge can mean like the good guys win in essence, or it's better for me as a civilian that we keep some of that stuff secret and that places don't know that we could do it, because that's also part of how we get the information that protects us. Like a lot of stuff is not disclosed by our friendly nations and enemies. And so if, for instance, we have like satellite imagery capabilities that are far beyond like what people expect us to have, they don't know that when they're go ahead and move missiles around, or they're doing troop movements or whatever. Like I think we see that on display with Ukraine and helping them with our intelligence. Is like, if Russia was aware of all of our capabilities, maybe they would act in such a way to avoid those, and then maybe things would have gone worse for the Ukrainians, and all the equipment that we gave them might have gone to waste, et cetera, et cetera. So I would probably lean towards keeping stuff secret, just because it seems to work out in our better interest throughout history.
Yeah, I kind of agree on like micro scale, well, smaller scale stuff like battlefield tactics and like the Enigma. That's decryption of like one source of information, or like even like potential like satellites or something that we have over Ukraine that are able to detect things that the Russians don't know about. That's really only a threat to one theater of war, whereas like nukes are like a planetary existential threat. And from like a game theory perspective, it seems like when edges were kind of gained and lost, we got to a point where there were like a few coin flips of like that famous incident where the radar malfunctioned, and I think it was like birds or something. Mm-hmm. And that one guy decided that it didn't make any sense for the U.S. to attack, so he didn't launch a response. Like once you're on that level of scale of destruction, I feel like it'd be better from a game theory perspective to disclose any type of edges and kind of try and eliminate those, just so like everyone knows what we're capable of and like what our policy is for actually escalating to those measures.
Yeah, and I think there's a careful balance of that side of things and the secret side of things. And I think the nuclear proliferation people and stuff are more towards your side, where you got to keep all that stuff public and have a public accounting of the number of warheads you have and whatever. And it's a good political tool for like diffusing things or getting rid of weapons and whatever. I guess the problem is like, all it takes is one bad actor to just not do that, and then it kind of fucks everything up, and it gives like an undue edge to them. And given that somebody is going to do that, because it'll always benefit them to keep something secret, I feel like you have to kind of play both sides of it. Like you definitely want to keep pushing the proliferation stuff and the transparency stuff as far as you can take it through public policy, but there's always going to have to be some reserve of secrecy. And I think eliminating the reserve of secrecy as much as we can is a good thing that we should work towards. But from a practical sense, I don't think we ever even get close to getting rid of it, because you know, the moment there's a vacuum there, somebody will fill it up, and it's usually not the person that you want to fill it up doing it. So that's my only concern there with like going all the way with that.
Yeah, that was basically all I had to talk. Related to the UFOs, I did have one question that was more, kind of streamer related, the whole drama bubble type thing. If that's okay.
Yeah,
sure. It's too off topic. One thing I run into, because I used to watch Destiny a lot, and then Vosh for a little bit, and some of these other streamers, and there seems to be a very popular sentiment right now that there's no like reasonable leftist voices in the space. And the thing I've noticed is like most of the reasonable people that I find are either very small, or as soon as they start growing, the kind of like influx of attacks that they get from all different sides is kind of like mentally too taxing, to where they just kind of like bow out. And I think part of that is because like a lot of the streamers make it seem like the online left is like growing and growing, but it seems like the actual like real political left that want it's not just like a funny hashtag or a hammer and sickle in your Twitter profile, like the actual people engaged in it. Like that's such a small unit of people, and then they just get kind of like unfairly, in my opinion, labeled as crazy because I don't know if that made sense, but I was wondering if you share a similar sentiment, and that the left is getting too crazy, or what your kind of take on the online political, like what the temperature is, I guess, from your point of view.
I think it's like there's probably like two very important parts of it. Number one, like algorithms in social media and the way that they work, and number two, piggybacking off of that, is like what we choose to spend our time and attention on. Like it's way more fun or like provocative or whatever to focus on like crazy extreme lefty topics that inspire like either hope for a utopia or a revolution or all that crazy stuff. And on the flip side, with the right side of things, like the idea that you get rid of all the undesirable brown people and that you have a white state and you separate everybody and segregate them, or you can pin all your problems on just one group of people, like the Jews, and that they control everything. And like, we're just pulled towards those narratives. And because we're pulled towards those narratives, the algorithms and stuff, if they're outside of human control, like if it's just an algorithm that figures out, hey, if I show this to people, people click on it more. Like, as long as those things continue to exist, the info that'll be propped up is like the most provocative and like, heartstring pulling shit, and just stuff that is more nuanced or is more, reasonable or whatever, is just not as flashy and fun, and it's just not going to get served to as many people. And even if it was, less people are going to click on it, which is just going to push the algorithm to promote it less and less. So I think that's what's going on. And the troubling thing is like, I feel like the solution is where the problem is, which is probably with the people, because I don't think you're going to create an algorithm that you can just manually tweak enough to fix this, and if you do, it's just going to be less desirable than the competition that chooses to use one that optimizes for like the most clicks and whatever. So rather than that system changing, I would like to see like a cultural shift where we learn to live in this environment and not do that stuff as much. Like maybe it's a good idea to just not be on social media a ton at all and just do real life stuff or something. Like, I don't know. It feels like it's a problem just as much with the audience as it is with the platforms. And so I don't know how to fix it. Both sides of the coin are just so troubling to have to like tackle to fix. And I don't think either of them are going to be. And so we just spiral until like either these people face some like huge detriment to their health, like Republicans not believing in vaccines and dying to COVID a ton, or maybe the next pandemic, they do the same thing and it's even worse than COVID and it just kills off a ton of them. Or, you know, with lefties, they eventually get pushed to the point so much that they don't trust institutions and they try to pull a January 6th and they all get fucking killed and eliminated. Or, you know, it's a Germany situation where, wow, our government went really bad and all the people kind of got sucked into this thing. So we're literally going to have to outlaw discussion of this and promoting it and whatever, because it's just an idea that will like wreak havoc on our community and we can't have that happen again. I don't know if that answered your question at all.
Yeah, it was kind of just I was wondering like what your temperature gauge of the actual like political left, especially since you traveled so much and you know met people from all different types of countries.
Mm-hmm.
In my experience, like there's a lot of left-leaning people who are very reasonable in real life, and I feel like, especially I see it a lot from Destiny. I feel like he's kind of hypocritical in that, you know, he kind of does the same algorithm. You know, he goes on Twitter and gets into a fight with someone who identifies as a deer, and then tries to paint the whole. And I get somewhat why he does it, because you know that makes exciting YouTube videos and you get ad revenue.
Mm-hmm.
But he's kind of like feeding into it by, you know, only having discussions and Twitter arguments and stuff with the most crazy people. They make the most interesting content. But like real people in real life, I feel like there's a pretty reasonable set of leftist groups that are, you know, trying to get momentum, and they just get kind of kneecapped by all this, you know, criticism of online leftists that don't really represent what people are doing in real life. Yeah. I just wondered if you've encountered that kind of, you know, genuine political left, or if you also agree that it's, you know, getting a bit too online and too crazy.
I'll echo something Destiny said, and I'll say that the people that are like the most involved in real life with actually doing what we would consider to be like helpful actions or like real actions, they seem to be less like radical, or if they hold radical beliefs, they might believe it in their brain, but they're not really acting on it in real life. They're doing the real life stuff they can do. You're really limited in like doing crazy things in real life because all the systems are set up to stop you from doing it. Like if you go do something like January 6th, so you're all going to get fucking video recorded and arrested at a later date. Or if you go try to throw a revolution at the Capitol, or if you take over a fucking government building, like we have systems in place that are just going to handle you. And most people know that. And so they're not going to go out and do anything about it. And so as far as the crazies actually doing crazy things, I think it's like an outstated problem. And instead, their action is just being crazy online and saying stupid things, and they just live in that world. But talking to people in real life that are at political events and doing stuff, or they're like involved in their communities and stuff, they tend to have a way more mellowed out perspective on things, or they might have some crackpot ideas, but it's not really impacting the way that they live in the world too much. So I don't worry about it too much, because in that way we have like barriers to protect us from the crazy people really doing anything important. And it seems like the people doing things important are not doing anything crazy. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of where I sit. at a very similar place in that, like, I feel like the people doing important things are not, you know, spreading the crazy sentiment, and the people spreading the crazy sentiment are not really doing the crazy things. But
Yeah.
sorry to derail it a little bit from the UFO. That was just a question I had since you came back, and I usually watch your stuff on like 2x speed, like an hour after you go live. So.
No, that's a smart way to do it. That's how I would do it. And to your point, like, I find the scarier thing is once the gap between what people can practically do and the crazy beliefs that they have is narrowed. Like, what scares me a little bit is the fame and the infamy gained by some of the crazier, like, Republican people that are currently in office. Like, they got there by using this crazy train online and garnering support that way, and they're in positions where they're actually either getting in the way of the people that are doing stuff I agree with, or they're succeeding in doing the crazy things they want to do. And I feel like that's when it gets scary, is when the gap between what you can practically do with your crazy ideas and the crazy ideas themselves starts to, like, narrow. And that's what I would be more worried about. But like in other countries, they seem to just take for granted that some of their shit just kind of sounds crazy. Like, I was shocked with how many European countries seem to, like, have taxes that go to the church. And as somebody from the US, where, like, we have a pretty strict separation of church and state, like, the fact that everybody takes it for granted and they just, like, live that way kind of freaked me out a little bit. There's stuff like that, or like anti-immigrant sentiment from people that are otherwise, like, really hardcore lefties, but they're like, yeah, I'm in support of that, but I think there's things we have to figure out there. And ultimately, when they're talking, I get the vibe that, like, they really don't like a lot of kinds of immigrants and stuff like that. You know, but at least we're protected because they can't do anything crazy. But still, like, when crazy stuff starts happening, like in Sweden, allowing people to burn the Quran and do these protests, having an impact on their embassy in the country, that's scary to me. Or, like, you know, when the reality starts to get mixed up with the crazy things we're letting people do, that's when I get scared a little bit more.
Yeah, do you think there's a responsibility from content creators to not just, like, point out the crazy, but kind of show alternatives? Because, like, Destiny really likes to point out the crazy, but as far as, like, highlighting alternatives, I guess the fact that he will allow anyone to come on and, like, speak to him kind of helps with that.
Mm-hmm.
But those aren't the YouTube videos and, you know, thumbnails and stuff that he's putting out there. So do you think people like that have a, you know, kind of responsibility to be like, well, this is fucking crazy, but if you actually think this way, like, these are the people who are, you know, doing what you want in a reasonable way?
Yeah, I think he does okay compared, like, graded on a curve with everybody else. I think he does a lot better than everybody else with this. Like, he'll point out the crazes and stuff, but then he'll also have, like, a whole diatribe on stream where he's talking about why it's crazy, and he's giving really good practical arguments that you could use against somebody in real life. And like you said, he's letting people on and then dissecting their beliefs and kind of handling it in the live format. And, like, that's a lot more than other people do. Like, other people will throw stones from their ivory tower and then they stay safe on stream from talking to any of these people. Like, I think Vosh is a better example of this that comes to mind, where, like, he's very much, like, weaving narratives about things that at least in a handful of cases I've seen, are just, like, straight up not true and probably had a huge impact on how people interpreted, like, modern events. But he just kind of gets away with it, and he doesn't invite criticism in a way that's, like, very fair, or doesn't engage with it, or misinterprets it on purpose, or, you know, does that kind of stuff. And so I would actually say Destiny does better than other people. Granted, he highlights the crazies, and he kind of, I'd say the worst thing that he does is kind of give people the impression that this is real life and that these people represent an overarching majority of their group that they belong to, like trans people on the internet being crazy, and, like, maybe that means that all trans people are just a little bit loony, or like a large amount of them are, at least, or the lefties and the impression he gives of lefties, or socialists and the impression he gives of socialists. Like, especially talking to people in Europe that kind of self-identify with labels like socialists or communists or whatever. It's like, well, I mean, they're showing up to the events, they're doing community outreach, they're in powerful positions in government, passing policy that seems to be in line with, at the very least, what their constituents want. Like, the impression that I got from him, if I only went off of that, I would think very differently of things like socialism, as opposed to like actually talking to people that are doing stuff about it. And there's a huge difference between like the way that Americans talk about socialism on Twitter and people that are in the Socialist Party in some, you know, Western European country and what they're doing. And even then, that's different than Eastern European countries and their socialists and communists and what they're doing. And like, there's just a way wider like wavelengths of like what people are and what they're doing and how effective they are and how crazy they are and whatever. And anytime that you kind of find yourself where you're essentializing a group to like a few key really negative aspects, you're probably off in doing that.
Yeah. My biggest problem with like Vosh is I feel like he's just gotten lazy. Like he doesn't do any kind of like research and stuff for his debates, and it kind of like shows whenever he talks to people. Whereas Destiny and you, who are the two other kind of like, you know, political YouTubers that I watch a lot, you guys both seem to, you know, do a lot of research. And then Destiny just gets fucking crazy on Twitter a bit. But yeah, that was basically all I had.
And we're lucky because it's fun for us. In the moment it's not fun, we only have so far that we keep pushing through the not fun parts of the vegetables that we should be eating, right? Like he'll hit a point where he's like, yeah, it's probably good to like, you know, combat conspiracy theorists and maybe convince the 20% of people in the middle to switch off, or, you know, start to have some kind of like shaking of foundational beliefs of the people that are in the 40% that still like really, really believe in something. But he doesn't like the work of having to like look up all these random conspiracy theories and like learn points only for those debates and whatever. And he's doing that evaluation in large part based on like what is fun and rewarding for him and what isn't. And it's the same with me in these reviews and stuff. When they stop being fun and I had an alternative that I could do for work, I'm picking the alternative because it's just not rewarding to do that stuff. And it's no different for Vosh. He's just drawn that line at a place that you disagree with or you don't feel like is quite as far as he should have pushed it. And I would say that like, you know, we're all hedonists and we're doing what we want to do, and that, you know, we can only push so far out of our comfort zone of what we believe we ought to be doing if it's not fun. And as streamers and stuff, if you're making all your money off of this, and Vosh knows he doesn't have to do all the debates and prep and whatever to like still make the money that he needs, there isn't a lot of compelling reasons for him to keep doing it. Like the job is supposed to be a fun job, and you're going to kill it and probably quit if you keep doing things you don't want to do. So it can be like an existential threat to really buy into this idea that he has a responsibility to do all this research and stuff. So it's just way easier to like put a sticky note over that part of his logical system and just be like, yeah, I'm not going to do research here, because at the end of the day, it's just not something he wants to do or he finds fun enough to like do.
Yeah, that's a big reason why I think a lot of the reasonable people in the space get out of it, is because like someone like Destiny or Vosh, they make enough money that, you know, it could be worth it a bit. But it seems like a lot of reasonable people, especially when they start catching flack from a big community, like you're already doing all this research that just, you know, can be mind-numbing at times, and then you start getting hate for being, you know, misinterpreted. And it's just, I understand why a lot of them get out of it pretty quickly, but it's sad to see.
Yeah, especially when the money's not there. You got to find some other reason to do it. And like, you know, when you start to lose the things that are fun about it, like maybe you thought your chat was fun, you had a cool community, but now you got people that spam you in there. Or like maybe you kept going because Destiny's Reddit was supportive of you, and now they've turned because you had a bad conversation with him, and now that's always going to come up. You know, like as you start to slowly lose the things that were fun to you, whether you recognize them as being your reason for doing it or not, yeah, you're just going to keep getting pushed into a place where you're going to quit. And I don't even necessarily fault them for that, because like, who am I to dictate that this person has a responsibility to like not have fun in life and basically torture themselves by doing this work? you know, and what work does that even produce? Because if they're embittered and they're still having to do this stuff, it might impact the quality of the work such that you're like, it's okay, bro, just quit. Because if you're going to do it like this, then you're actually not getting all the benefit that you had when you used to have fun with it. And that's at least my thinking with the reviews and stuff, is like, if I'm just doing something because it's popular and I'm not personally interested in it, is it really the same Booksmarts coverage that it would be on the stuff that I am personally interested in? Because I put in a lot more effort and I have more of an easier time communicating things and making my points, and I feel like it comes off to everybody that I'm having more fun if it's something I'm actually enjoying doing than if it's just me going through what I have to do or what I feel like other people are compelling me to do.
Yeah, well, thanks for answering all those questions, and I'd definitely be more interested in more UFO stuff. Like you said earlier, thinking about doing another stream. I'll definitely be there for that if you continue.
Yeah,
But,
and leave nice YouTube comment. I'll keep mentioning this just because, like, I don't go on Reddit and look myself up very much. I don't go on Discord to look myself up very much because usually it's just negative and awful. But the YouTube comments I will still check. And sometimes, like, the deciding factor in me going live with something is literally like, the last time I checked that the comments were nice and I feel compelled to do it, you know? So like little things like that. I think YouTube comments are a big way to just like, it takes 2 seconds to post it, but I will see it at some point and it will make me happy. And you know, it could push things over the edge to like have another stream. So, you know, I would encourage everybody to do that.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that for any topics that come up.
Yeah, and thanks for coming in Discord. That's helpful too. It's nice to, you know, not only have one person or no people. It makes me feel like less of a fool.
Yeah, I think if you do more of these after shows, like the Discord ones, I'll definitely show up when I have something to say.
Awesome. I look forward to it.
All right, have a good night.
You too. See ya. All right. And we're going to bring in one more. The Glizzy Gabbler. How are you doing?
Bugs. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's interesting seeing you call in. What do you want to talk about?
Absolutely nothing. I wanted to ask if you wanted to get some dubs.
I do want to catch some dubs. Matter of fact, I'm about to end the stream and I'll hop on there with you.
Holy shit. Let's go. Let's go.
Awesome. I'll be on there in a sec. I'll just say bye to everybody real quick.
Okay, cool.
Bye.
Thanks, Bugs. Bye.
All right. And with that, the foreshadowing, the end. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. It's been a fun stream. I hope we can just keep having fun streams. I like the positivity. I like actually being excited to turn on the camera and talk to you guys for, what are we at now? 4.5 hours. That's a lot for me, who has not been, you know, training very much at the streaming thing. So my voice feels okay because I got the video doing a lot of the work today, and that's been great. I love sharing the UFO stuff with you guys because I'm a dork. And if you want more of that, definitely leave a comment down below. Would love to hear from you, or let me know something, you know, from the stream that you liked. Literally anything. Just put something nice in the comments. I read them. You know, it's one of the few things that I feel like is not tainted by haters. So I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. I'll talk to you all later. I'm about to catch some dubs in Fortnite right now with the Glizzy Globler, and I will talk to you all later. Have a good one. See ya.